Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, as the case may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray daily that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and those will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and yes, the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, happy Friday the 13th, what's left of it. I wasn't gonna I was gonna do something really early this morning, and I was trying to stay focused on other things. But let me say hi to Elderberry, Chloe, Brandy, oh Isby, how are you? Travis the Brick. Hi, how are you? Man, there's more of you here than but anyway, blessings to you all. So, yes, for those of you who do partake, Mel, Ed, my adopted act is funny, like there's something's coming. There's, and yes, I would agree with that. It's been sort of one of the reasons why I haven't really done any readings lately. I have felt anxious and quite frankly, not, um, here's an interesting word that was like, well, why won't you do a card reading, Dave? Well, Hawkeye, it's like this. Um, it's like I don't feel worthy or something. I've done card readings before, and for whatever it is what it is, right? The message to the person. But I almost didn't feel qualified that I could do a reading for anyone, even myself. So the cards have been kind of sort of got missing there. They I mislaid them for a couple of days, but anyway. So here's a 20, y'all. Here's 1120 here. Cheers to you, Bear, and everybody else. Susie Q, yeah, yeah, yeah. Puff, puff, pass. Now, to those of you who don't, we're not condoning or but if you got it, like they used to say in the old days, smoke if you got them. Chesterfield non-filters. But anyway, so the energy has been really strange, and that was one of the things that I was wanted to discuss, but a particular subject wasn't coming to mind right now. I was like, well, I get on here and rattle about all kinds of stuff all the time. Hey, Witch Moon, hugs right back to you, Witch Moon, and cosmic hugs to all y'all. I slept for a week now. My cards told me to get over the past and move on. Yeah, Travis, I kind of come to a similar conclusion, maybe not just that, but it has been, come on, folks, it's dog days, all right? And it might not mean the same down under, but to those of us in America, dog days, a dog day afternoon, it's hot, it's sultry, it's yucky, it's a dog day afternoon. And I got to say that they've not been as bad as it has in the past. Knock on wood. We've got thunderstorms in the area again tonight. They're a little bit they'd be northwest of me. But anyway, um, while we're sitting here waiting for people, and by the way, I'm going to try some cards tonight, okay? But Barry gets the first one because he's been doing the writing folks' names down and stuff. And so, plus for his birthday, I owe him one. Okay. But anyway, Barry's first on the list tonight. Kind of get me warmed up. If I don't do right, Barry's not going to hurt me too bad, you know. But anyway, the um, the last couple of days, I have woke up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and can't sleep, and then by when the sun starts coming up, I'm like, well, now I'm tired, and so my sleep pattern has really been wrecked. Kind of seems like worse than ever, but um, Okay, I'm not keeping up right now, Chloe. So who it be careful. It was 35 here today in northern Canada. Holy crap, that's hot. See, and it wasn't that hot down here. Hey, Candy Apple, Mel, Ed, Chloe, Brandy, Witch Moon, Susie, Travis. Um, you might all have to or scroll back through. I'm not keeping up with, you know me, somebody else has got to keep up with who's next. But anyway, but so I want to talk about the earth wobble a little bit to see if anybody else wants to get in here. Hello, Doug. How are you? I heard good things your way. Good. I hope good things keep coming your way. Hey, Candy Apple and Chloe. So, but with this, whatever the energy is, and here this last week or so, the Schumann's been really going off the charts. And one night, Leak Project did but this one was actually a good spike, he reported. But anyway, it seems like everybody's busy when, there are two spikes on the screen kind of thing, big time. And it was really hairy there for about a day or so, for 2 days. I need 12 cards or 42. Did you see the bright light in the south? True business is my life right now. Well, I've continued success. I hope it works out. I have done several, businesses, ventures in my day. And so I understand how tough and how much time it takes and all that. So prayers your way, keep up the good work and make things fall your direction, or not fall, not fail, not fall. But anyway, so with these crazy energies and everything that are going on, so it's just been really strange, right? And with all these sort of, I say, changes in my life, having gone north, and I'm still kind of, getting over some of this stuff from my vacation and meeting my family. It's been a real odd kind of let the information settle in after 68 years of stuff going on in my life. I'm like it. Some things just started to settle in, right? But so anyway, so I think part of my own settling and part of my own getting my soul energy back together. Look at pictures and of my family that I took while I was gone, and so after all these years of not knowing and now having known, and chatted with a couple of my family members over the phone, and I called my brother today and I said, listen, I'm here to try to do better. And what I'm going to do better at is I'm going to call y'all. And whether or not I feel like I'm bugging you or not, I'm going to call you. And so it's like, no, brother, I love you. I'm glad you called me. So, but anyway, but to the point though, having been kind of left out and the first one adopted out, I I can't say that I feel the loneliest of the group, but you get what I mean. Out of nine of us. But to the point though, it's like I realized that I haven't been lonely. I haven't been by myself. There's been distance between me and my other siblings, but to the point though, out in the universe, these people have always been there. My brother Andy, he was like, "Well, I was thinking about you the other day too," and I was joking with him and everything, and I said, well, I just want to call you back and just touch base with you. And I said, you don't have to call me right back, but if you're busy or something, just let it, I'll understand. But the fact that I'm calling back and that I'm taking an active position in this, okay, because my cards say, that Hawkeye, if you just sit and look out the window and say, well, that was really grateful. But if I don't act, at least to call and go, hi, how y'all doing? I just wanted to interrupt your day for a moment and tell y'all I was thinking about you and I love you. Okay. All right. Have a great day. Call me when you can. Bye. And hang up. And it doesn't have to be anything more than that since I don't do texting and things. So, but it's also the voice contact with not just family, but with those people that, that we care about, so we should call when we can. And we should tell them, hey, I love you. And if you don't, well, you say, well, I was thinking about you. Otherwise, why'd you call them, right? So you want to follow up on that. But in this idea of the shaman in training, we act upon, well, I've thought of my brother today. Okay, so the shaman thing in this is that, okay, well, was he thinking of me at the same time? So I'm going to call. That's how you learn. That's how you find out whether or not you're hitting the mark with learning how to do this conscious. It's not really telepathy, but it kind of sort of is, in that you feel this connection with whoever it is and go, wow, such and such was thinking about them, and, and called, So do that, because it will give you and whoever's on the other end of the line, it will give you both, like, yeah, I was thinking of it. It was some bitch you called. And wow, that's cool. Hey, how you doing? So the synchronicities, you say, well, it's synchronicity. Well, is it? Or is it the fact that the two of you connected up here and you're learning how to use those gifts that you're coming up to? So, yeah, South Sandwich. Yeah, things are going a little wickety. He owes you some enchiladas. But anyway, so in this high energy stuff, we're all learning about how to do this. So if you're thinking about somebody or whatever, unless it's 4 in the morning, or if it's 4 in the morning and you think it's important enough to call somebody, now that's a different scenario. But to the point though, if you feel it's very important, you follow up with the phone call as soon as possible, because you need to know on your own. All right. Whether or not, there's trouble on the other end from the person or whatever. So, and it teaches you how to be aware of these thoughts that are out there in the universe, that, oh, that's my mom, that's my brother, that's my sister, this is my cousin, or I got elderberry on the mind and I need to give him a call for whatever reason, right? So it's important that we follow through on these things. Now, as far as the earth wobble, now, you can't see right now, but where I'm pointing this direction is over in my kitchen. Now, most of you know that my house is a solar house, so it is basically, it faces 15 degrees off of truth, east and west. Okay, from the way this wall is, right. So my house doesn't move; it stays plotted on this piece of dirt, and so I got some bay windows over here in the kitchen where my porch is. I'm getting to that part over there. I'm still working on it. We did some chiseling and chipping with a hammer drill the other day and got a lot of the old cement out of the way so that when I do pour, it'll all be level. So that's really encouraging. But anyway, um, the idea though that I've been woke up in the morning time with the sun coming in the left side of the bay window, which is like east by northeast. It's more north than east. Now, what bothers me about that is that we are in the middle of August, dog days. Now, in June or July, I could have accepted that because of the equinox or not the equinox, but the full summer, right? So you go, but wait a minute, um, the sun's directly overhead and all this kind of stuff, and it comes directly up in the east, right? Okay, so, but we're going in a month. It's going to be the first of fall. It's going to be my birthday time. We're going into fall, and so the sun coming up in that window is really suspicious to me. And it comes up one day. I stayed awake until I saw the sun come up the next day. It didn't do it this next day. yesterday, or was it this morning? Yesterday and this morning, the sun came back up in that left window, which it should never do, okay, because it's too far north, all right? So the planet's really wobbling somehow. I can't tell you which direction. And the fact that the sun came up in that window at all has always been suspicious. But what is really suspicious is it's this time of year. Well, with all the earthquakes and with all the energy and with all the Schumann stuff, we can say Earth's getting pounded by a bunch of stuff. So I would say keep an eye out with the stars. I did so tonight before I came in. Me and Duggar walked out for a few minutes, and Jupiter's low in the sky all tonight. And I'm like, okay, it's been so cloudy down here with thunderstorms and everything that it's been really difficult for me to do any honest, can I peek through the clouds? Where's Jupiter? But in my observations from here, looking through the clouds, Jupiter was much higher on the horizon than what it is tonight. So there's some flopping going around. The Earth's absolutely wobbling. Hey, Ghost Shadow, how you doing? Roman, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Do your ears tingle inside too, Hawkeye? Sometimes it depends, Travis. When somebody's trying, if I'm thinking of somebody, it's on my left side up here somewhere. It's almost like I got a trans receiver or something. It's on this side. It's not over here. I don't feel any tingling or, most of the time, if there's like messages going on in the universe, it comes in for me. Might be different for somebody else because I've had so much brain damage, okay? But it comes in for me right in here. I can kind of, you know, tell it anyway. But I've got some sage tonight. I played a little bit of my flute um, to see if the spirits would be kind tonight. I'm lighting some sage right now. I had to do it over here out of the fan. Now, when you smudge yourself, some people don't know, but you should always try to smudge yourself. If you think of it in the sign of a cross, okay, there's, the up and the down, the left and the right, and then there's all around, and you bathe yourself in the smoke, okay, and take it over and put it over your head like this. So, where I'm holding it like this, I would take the smoke and physically pull it up over my head and like to wash myself with. Okay. And if I can swap hands and do it with this hand and it's more comfortable, if I'm holding the sage or whatever, the bundle. But I got a fan over here blowing on me. But um, there was a thing about crosses, Christian crosses. Listen, Native Americans have been putting two sticks together and making, stuff. And they didn't even know who Christ was. Okay. So this idea that crosses only started with Christ is just not true. It started way before Christ. Okay. And even Dante has said so on his channel. But to the point, though, everything is supposed to be related to something. Oh, well, they were Christian. Were they, or were they like using, some natural information, or did they have other information? It kind of works both ways. Why hey, why hey, why hey, ya hey, hey, ya hey, ya hey, ya hey, why hey, why hey, ya hey, why hey. Now I'm gonna do a little drum here, so if it's oops, I kind of sort of have things set up a little bit. Um, this sage is really blowing good. I need to put it down on something that won't burn. So, and for a while, the spirits have asked me to not drum. It's like didn't want me to. This is interesting. The drum's a little damp. So you've heard this drum before, and you can hear it. You can hear it tonight. It's going to thunk. Okay. It thunks. It's not really clear. There's a Delaney's in the background. Anybody else? Okay. So this drum's for you. It's not as tight. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, oh, hey. Hey, oh, hey, wah, hey, oh, hey. Hey, oh, hey, oh, 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 hey, oh, hey. Give us all the time today. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Wash away, wash away. Wash away, wash away. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Happy Friday the 13th, everybody. That's almost gone, but we can shake away the spirits and shake away um, the baddies. Take away all the pain, take away, oh, take away all the pain, take away, hey, 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 wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, 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 wah, hey, wah, hey, take away, oh, hey, wah, hey. Hail the people every day. Listen to their prayers away. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey. Hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, wah, hey, hey, wah. It seems to me that when the spirits want you to give honor, they let me know. And here, since I've been back from my vacation, it's almost like whatever transition and whatever I learned, whatever, I just needed to be quiet and not necessarily drum and draw cards and do things, which is interesting. But as a shaman, or however it is pronounced, there are lots of different people who have like, well, the shaman's gonna, you learn to be a shaman, you learn all these powers. In a way, that's true. When I've talked about it before, in that you can learn to be camouflage like fox. You learn how to think like bear. You learn how to use the energy of the eagle to your benefit. So you absorb these creatures, these um, wonderful, birds and animals and things, and you don't strip them of their energy. You channel their energy. So if I want to think about being strong like hawk or like eagle, then I close my eyes and I remember seeing eagle high in the air, and how the full grown hawk picked up a rabbit that was bigger than it was, and how hard it was to clear the fence. And oh, and I saw my first rabbit on the property again. We've got rabbits back, and I think that's because of how I'm treating the hill up here. But anyway, so um, the understanding of the cosmos, hey Michelle, the understanding of what the animal totems mean. Oh well, you're worshiping. No, there is nothing about worship. If I want to think about bear, I think about how close I've come and how, if down on the Buffalo River had one, stick his nose up in the tent right above my head where I was sleeping. I've had some really interesting bear experiences. So it's like all I have to do is think about that and think about how close, literally, could have kissed that bear on the lips, kind of thing. Close, and nothing happened. Nothing bad happened. And so, how interesting it is that for me, quote, as the shaman who's searching for all these quote powers. Now, if I've listened to people, there are some folks who are back on this magic thing again, and they're back on and listen, if you got to draw a pentagram on the ground for something or on a piece of paper, or you got to be around it, you're dealing in the wrong elements. Stop it. But that's just my 10 cents, because there's so much else that's out there that you don't have to draw anything on the ground. Okay. It's already there. But anyway, so understanding that the animals and the essences of these different animals, and over the eons and thousands of years of tradition and what these animals mean, it all been, many different countries, they're very similar, right? So, I mean, the tiger strength, now we don't have tigers here in the United States, so there aren't any tigers in the book, but there are leopards or, a cougar or something. Anyway, but to the point though, we have very large bobcats around here. You'd think they were like small lions, but they're really big. But anyway, but you don't see them. You don't see bobcats anywhere. They maybe crossing a road somewhere, but you don't see bobcats. They're very quiet. And they'll be in your backyard, and you will have never known it. Been walking through your yard, would never know it. But to the point of this, though, it's awareness. So I was watching or reading something earlier today, and they were talking about shamans, this and how they possess these powers, and that the whole reason to be a shaman was to learn these powers. And I was like, let's pull that back. Now, this is important to the card readings, and I'm going to make this short. It's 30 minutes, and folks are here. So, Barry, I don't know if you've got a list going, but I know you're first. So let me spiel a few more minutes. But just think about shaman and about powers, and it's like, in everything for me, any powers that I wanted, I didn't want to control anybody, and I was like, I don't want to be that person to control stuff. But I do want to be able to, in an ugly situation, be able to control and maybe, get things to go in a different path, kind of thing. The power of influence, go, wait a minute now, and have the bravery and the tenacity and the wherewithal and how to choose the right words to maybe cool down a really bad situation. And I have learned that. To some people, that they would say there's great, quote, power in that. Well, but that's something that we as humans already have. So you say, well, you're developing this power. You've already got it. Okay. Now, so it's like to be camouflaged, to be to just be that fly on the wall and kind of melt into the background. That's an interesting thing. But you have to believe that you can do it, that you can just sneak in and nobody will see you. And I have thoroughly believed in this for a lot of years, for being, having cops going through my vehicle and an ounce of weed be sitting on the seat, and they missed it, because it's misdirection. It's that Jedi thing. So is that powerful? Yeah. Does it work in every situation? No. But but is there power in that? Yeah, there is. So, but does it mean I can bring lightning from the skies? So what this brings to you is that, not unlike a Jedi, or the idea of it, is that you've already got these talents. quote their powers, but are they? You feel up here in your head that somebody's calling you or somebody's thinking about you, and you call them and you go, "Hey, how you doing?" And they were right. Okay, so synchronicity. Okay, but it's also in if you're going to be in the shaman thing, you see, you're learning how to use this and to be able to discern who's calling you. Okay, so I'm getting myself warmed up. Hey, Max, how are you? Roman, Chloe, Elderberry. Okay, so Barry's first with the cards. Okay, and I'm doing this. I'm warming up. This is my warm up for pulling cards tonight. But in doing the drum and giving honor to the universe and Creator and Great Spirit, you say, well, but there are those folks who continuously want to say, but you're worshiping something. No, I'm not. I'm giving honor. And to those beings in the universe that understand that, there could be a really badass, nasty other alien kind of dude or dudette, depending, or anyway, um, that they, it's sort of like China, Japan. You might, you're different samurai soldiers, but from different clans or whatever. But you bow in honor of the other, as an honorable warrior, as an honorable person, in honor. So this idea, it ain't about worship, but it is a lot to do with about honor. So with the animal cards, with the animals in general, and seeing the rabbit come down the driveway today, I was like, I was thinking about rabbit, and that, maybe that rabbit I saw in the driveway was my card for today, because I had seen hawk up in the sky earlier, and I was like, there are people who seem to be calling, bad things upon them. And I was like, I know I keep talking about that, but, there are still folks who they don't realize what they're doing, but they are literally calling bad things upon themselves because they keep talking about it. They keep going into this loop about it. So now this is very, very important to everyone. Okay. If you find yourself looping, and if you have a good friend of yours who is looping, talking about the same thing every time you talk to them, they're talking about the same thing, stop them and kindly said, we've had this conversation before, what's new about it? Well, and they start going back into a loop, you stop them kindly and go, I'm ready for new information, but we've already talked about this. Okay. But and I keep, okay, if you keep doing that behavior, then please, then learn from it. Well, what do I do? I don't know, but that's up to you. But you talking about it over and over and over and over and over and again, and repeating it, like my friend last week, talking about his neuropathy. I said, you got to quit naming it, man. Well, I can't get over that. You got to quit using that terminology too. So, but this is part of the shaman in training. But these simple things that you learn to do especially combined, they are powerful tools. Could you use them for evil? Lots of people do. Lots of people use their influence to do nasty things. A lot of people do certain things and blah, blah, blah. But to the point, though, but are you into the shaman thing simply because you want to learn about power? And it was never about that for me. It was all about the religious journey. It was all about understanding about the natural flow of things. Mel says it's like bodybuilding, like you already have muscles, but absolutely, absolutely. Your all of these quote powers, okay? The Let's call them strengths, because Mel brought up the muscle thing. So you're weightlifting and whatever. So in what you do with this, so as you learn, quote, the shaman way, or stay on the red road or the spiritual path, whatever you want to call it, remember, it's never about a deity. Okay. It's not about worshiping anything. You never hear I talk about worship in the negative. Don't do it, but honor the universe. honor the earth for what she gives us, good or bad. She is who she is. We're a planet in outer space. We're spinning, spinning, spinning. Um, but this idea, though, is it a power? Well, if you begin to understand how we're all connected, do I need to know every little tiny little, look at it under a microscope myself? No, I just get it. I see us all connected. I can feel us all connected. I can see and look up at the stars in the universe and just kind of get it. But when you get it, really get it, and then you look up at the stars and at a later date you get it some more. That's part of the journey. It's part of the awareness. It's the continuous awareness of what it is. So that's the joy in life for me, no matter how hard the lesson might be. uh, Lately it's been, well, some bitch, that could be a hard lesson right there, if I let it. So with all these weird energies and stuff that are going around, if I choose to let them affect me, then it does. Like early this morning at 4 o'clock, I'm kind of jumping around like a Mexican jumping a bean. No offense to Mexicans, but and no offense to the beans. But this jittery kind of jumping around, just like son of a gun. I don't know, almost got online and did something, but I was so jumpy, I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do this. So, and this this word came to me early this morning, and it was, what's my issue here lately? Well, since I've been back, it's been a little hard for me to focus because my trip opened my eyes to so many things. There's so much I see now. I'm aware of a lot of crap in my yard, and I can't get to it. You know what I mean? It's like, holy crap. I've been working on this for how many years, and this is all the farther I've got. But see, I can't let that stall me. Okay, and it will, and it did for a short period. Because it doesn't matter what I haven't done. What matters is what I do get done. What matters is my attitude about whether or not I wish to continue or whether or not I want to throw my hands up and say I quit. So, but in this, I don't want to quit, right? So I want to be here. I want, for whatever reason, now that I've met my brothers and sisters and reconnect with nieces and nephews and grandnieces and nephews that I'd never met before and stuff like that. What was a lonely life has not necessarily gotten much bigger, but there's just a lot of people there that would are grateful that I'm still around. Much to my shock and surprise. But anyway, so but this little bit of thing about the earth wobble and stuff. So we got to consider all of these other weird angles that are hitting us right now. Can I explain them? Can anybody explain them? No. And let me just say something about some astral stuff and astrology. Things are moving in the universe, and here's one thing I would just caution folks about. I've had this discussion before, somewhere 4 hours in one, but if you read your astrology ahead of time, I think you can be predestined. You putting predestination thoughts in your head. And the stars, because of all the cosmic interference that's going on right now, that ain't in the literature, you know what I'm saying? The Schumann's off the chart. We're getting cosmic energy from the center of the universe and from the sun. That ain't in astrology. All right. Well, the moon's in, oh, great, but that ain't accounting for all this other stuff. My point about this is, though, and it has been kind of conveyed from my higher ups, are quit looking at your forecast, because then if it doesn't work out or it does work out, maybe you should look at your horoscope the day after, 2 days after, and go, well, did any of that come true? You don't really want to tax your mind because there's so many variables right now, so many energies going on. that you don't want to just convince yourself that this is what's going to happen. No, don't do that. Please don't do that, because you're kind of sealing your fate. And if enough people think the same way, then you're sealing the fate of a bunch of us. So we as a collective need to stay out of that. Okay. Because the folks that I've been talking to, well, they're going to make teachers do this, and they're going to do this, and stuff at school, and they're going to give shots, and people just are going around here going, oh no, we ain't. So it's going to be very interesting what this second scare, the number two, because this number two, there's a lot of shite going on, and if you're watching it and going on, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on what it means to you and your area, to you, your job, your whatever it is, and take control of that and see if you can't head it off at the pass versus, well, I just don't know what I'm going to do. Well, then something's up. So what you should do is be proactive and say, if they tell me this, and I need to calmly sit down and have a discussion with yourself. And if you have to, use a mirror. But say, listen, this is, it could turn out this way. It could be like this. You don't convince yourself that it is. Just look at the situation and go, well, if you're watching football, you could say, well, or if it's baseball, you could say, well, he's going to bunt, so it's going to try to drive that man on second to the third or something, whatever it is. So the idea, though, that it may seem like a sacrifice. You're going to, hope to run a player through, to third base, if that makes any sense. Advance a player. So, and you say, well, you lost the guy, but I got a man on third now, and we're only 1 point down, and you know what I mean? We could tie the game here. And with the double, that man on second, so we could be up one, you know what I mean? So in baseball terms, but the idea though, that don't ever, convince yourself that, oh my God, tomorrow's going to be horrible. Oh my God, it's going to be like this. Oh my God, don't do it. So if you're looking at your horoscope, horror, don't put it in your head ahead of time. Check it the day after and see what happens. Because I used to be one of those, well, I want to know what the future is going to bring. Well, every time I tried to, quote, project the future, it always looked weird. And I wasted a lot of time on energy trying to figure out what the future was going to be because of what the signs I'd seen along the way. So now it's like an animal card. Okay, Bear says, need to hibernate. We need to go inside and think about this. That's like, okay, so maybe I'm not taking enough time to think about something. I may be like, just walking over here and walking into the jungle without a Bowie knife or nothing, and there's lions and tigers and bears. So oh my, but so we should so the reason for the cards tonight, I'm hoping, and I want to get my system back up and running. I need to light some more sage just because. But my prayer is simple. This information for you folks out there is for you to say, Fox is saying, maybe I am camouflaged. Maybe I need to be camouflaged. Maybe if I'm, the rabbit shows up, am I calling the spirits to me to beat me up and eat me alive? People keep talking about, well, there's so much evil out there. Would you shut the up about it already? We already know. Quit talking about it. Quit dragging it into your life. But the evil, I know, but all right, then look at that word in mirror, and it's evil is live. So live. Swamp it around. But them folks out, yeah, okay, but quit using the word. There are so many things. And it's like they're calling the evil to them, They're calling these things to them. Well, but there's weird things around me, and I feel like I'm being attacked, and they keep talking about it over and over and over and over about it. And it's like, okay, and you're keeping yourself wound up to the point where if it is true, and I'm not saying that it isn't, but that you're allowing this entity to get to you exactly what it wanted to do. It's manipulating you. It's keeping you all messed up. When you are safe within your own little aura and your own little cocoon, and that doesn't mean that you're uh, um, cutting yourself off or anything. It's that, hey, Lady Court, how are you? I understand, Lady Court, and that's exactly why sometimes uh, the subjects I talk about, I've mulled over sometimes for 2 or 3 days, or 2 or 3 weeks, 2 or 3 months, or 2 or 3 years. So, but I do understand that. So, but this thing is so that we know what it is, but quit using the words. Talk about them bad folk. Okay, we know what you're talking about, or them bad things. Leave it at that, because But when you start talking about the evil that men do, that the evil and the evil and the parasites and the monsters and the okay, keep dragging them in, keep pulling them into your narrative all the time, keep naming them so that they can hear their name out there, so they can hang around, because your energy is being spent on worrying about these things, when if you collect your energy and bring it close to you, it's your shield. And when you have honor to yourself, like I've said before, and I know there are people who don't get me on this, but there's some evil entities out there that just leave me alone now, where before we were kind of sort of in battle. And that's because I challenged him. Get thee behind me, Satan. And he was like, fuck you. I'm going to whoop your ass. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Um, and so, but then I said, well, wait a minute. Okay, Satan. I honor you and respect who you are. I don't agree with you, but that's beside the point. I'm not going to join you, but I respect who you are, and leave it at that. Or some entity. So it's like, all right, you're really bad. You got green teeth, and I don't have any teeth, so I can't bite you very much. I can gum you to death, but so this idea, though, that all right, so let's pay attention to this. So, but when you have honor, it's like two giant, 6'6" football players at 325. They stand up to one another. They know that one of them they could probably whoop each other's ass pretty bad, one way or the other. And but why? They see one warrior to another. They see it anyway. The honor in that. So, but anyway, all right. I've yacked for 47 minutes now to give folks, but now I'm going to do cards. So, Barry, you're first, and whoever Barry's the guy. So, if you said, well, I said I wanted a card first, take it up with Barry, because I'm not paying attention. I'm really not. I'm trying to get my connection going with to the universe. So, I hope you all are doing well. I know there's a lot of crazy bunk going out there. And some of it's true in that these folks would like these things to occur, but it isn't true that we have to accept it, or that we have to receive their crazy shit, that we have to, no. And so the more of us who make up our minds now, rather than being blindsided, just take that into consideration. So for those folks um, who get a card reading tonight, so before I get to you, um, whatever way that you think that you sync up with me, like I really feel connected to Hawkeye about this. Okay, so this is a this is raising your hand, but you raising your hand with intent. Like, I don't know. Hawkeye makes me laugh. Okay, so you raise your hand and go, Hawkeye makes me laugh. And so that's the connection. Okay, this I want to try something. It's a little bit more. It's you kind of being rather than just having your hand up in a room, it's almost like you're snapping your fingers. Okay. So, all right. So, Mel, it's up to Barry. Barry, are you still in the house? I haven't been watching much. Um, and I'm going to try to truncate some of these story things in that I know it's been over a month since I've done any readings for anybody, and I'm shuffling the cards down here. So, um, I got frog on the brain for Elderberry because of his story the other night, and yeah, I have frogs that I talk to as well that, hop across the floor. And, you know, I had to be careful in the house earlier. I had just cleaned a spot out between the cabinet and the refrigerator, mopped it, scrubbed it, mopped it. And I go in there and there's the spiders already made a damn web underneath the sink there by under the counter. And I'm like, son of a gun. So I was going to kind of spray it with a little bit of roach spray that I keep around for the ants and stuff, but I still don't know where they're coming in from. And um, there's one of the smaller roaches, kind of was born this year, is wrapped up in this brand new spider web that ain't been there. I mean, I just scrubbed it like late yesterday afternoon kind of thing, and was cleaning up underneath there tonight. So just I went to the store and back. There's a spider web, and guess what? Here's this little tiny spider caught this, medium sized roach, I guess, for around here. And I was like, well, I gotta let him have him. I can't get into this. Crisscross want to make you. If there is time, I got here later than many. If it's set up already, maybe next time. Okay, Lady Court. We'll see how it works out. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit here and do this. Whoever's next, So, and if you want a reading, think you need one tonight, a card, ask the people who are in the chat. Can you be next? But I got to say this: if you're rude about it, shame on you. That's all. If you got to have a card that bad and it's that, but you can say please. But there are some folks who have been, in my humble opinion, kind of rude, and that's just not necessary. This is not about that. We do not allow rudeness in here. But if you really need something, you could ask, hey, can I trade? Would you trade or something? But well, I got to have a card and it's me. And that's the wrong way to approach folks. But anyway. All right, Barry. However you're doing it, this card's for you. Yeah, it's 12/11, 11/11, Chloe. Yep. Me. I love you, Mel. But anyway, there's been a couple of times when I was like really tired and somebody, tried to insist that I do one for them. And I'm sorry. If I tell you that I'm tired and I can't, it would just be honestly disrespectful. But I really want one and I know you can do it. Don't. Please don't. That's not, please don't. For your own sake, please don't. Because it's embarrassing for me to see you do it. And I think it's because the people don't honor. They say, well, I need a card and he's going to do it and it's all for me. And that's all. Yeah, but you're not honoring the person who's doing it then. Honor them and their energy and the effort that they put forth. Not just me, but other people too. So there are some folks that always I don't mind doing cards for people. And if I've done more than one card for you, that this is not what I'm saying. But there are some folks who insist they got to have one all the time, right away now. Oh, it's got to calm down. So, Barry, Brandy, Max is in the house, Roman. I would love that, but understand. I don't know how many I don't know how many's in there all right, but I'm gonna go till I get tired. It's 12:11. We're going on 12:20, so I'm here to kind of, I want to pull a card and start this out before the hour's up. But anyway, not that I think of this as a stage, but before I go on stage, kind of loosen up and you you get your this and that kind of going. If I can get to y'all tonight, I will. Okay. If y'all fall asleep and I don't get to you, I'm sorry about that. But I'm here for a couple hours anyway, and we'll see how many we get. That's what I was saying about reading out of the book. If there's a lot of story in there, I'm going to cut to the chase and get to what the cards really mean versus the story about how the turtle got the thingy, and we're just going to go with what the turtle means. Okay. So I don't want to shortchange, but at the same point, we've read these things over the different animals, and if you want to know more, you can always ask or look it up. But the most important part is what the animal symbol means. So, Jin, Jin Shalu, I think I got that close, maybe. Jin Shalu. That almost sounds Cajun or French, or Arcadian. And I mean that humbly. I have known some very lovely Cajun folks, and man, I love some of that Zydeco music, man. You just, I just got to say, thank you. Yeah. Um, there have been, so the folks that I've known, I know I go off on a tangent, but this one here was listening to some Zydeco the other day, French Canadian. There you go. But knowing them folk that I didn't, down there and we're so glad for them to see me, down in Cajun country down there in Louisiana. And there's some places in Florida and over there in the Panhandle and stuff around Mobiles and all, there's some Cajuns up in there too, that all along in there. Um, so when the French came over to Quebec and up in there, some of them said, "No, you can't stay here." So they said, "What the hell with you then?" And they followed the coast all the way around to the mouth of Mississippi River. And then the Marcadians, them French, they ended up at the mouth of Mississippi in Louisiana. Like who else would, live in a place that is actually, below the river water? But anyway, much like the folks at you're the one in the Louisiana. But anyway, yeah, I might come up with all kinds of crazy stuff. Somebody told me one day that they said, do you really know all this stuff? And I was like, they were kind of sort of amazed that in some of my whatever I was talking about, they were like, well, I was listening and they said the exact same thing you did, and in one of your videos, and you did, and the thing is I talk about certain things so nonchalantly, it's like, okay, class here, but yeah, unfortunately, as a watchman, and of course I'll be 69 next month. I'm getting on in age, but I was also thinking about that same thing about age. I'm going to pull your card in a minute. I swear to God. Um, that I've been kind of beating myself up with the you're almost 70. Yeah. Well, first I had to get over that. Holy shit, you're almost 70. Okay. But then I realized that I'm kind of setting certain parameters by my saying it all the time, you know? Holy crap, I'm almost 70. Okay, I was doing the exact same thing that I'm telling other folks not to do, going into a loop. Well, but I've just kind of it just kind of hit me, you know. So, but to the point about but coming down the driveway and walking with Duggar and I every time I walk up the driveway, I always try to run a little bit, to make sure that I'm just trotting, but I'm going to run. I'm not just going to walk. And I realized that, the weather has been atrocious, but when it cools off a little bit in the evenings and I get out there, it's like, man, I feel rejuvenated again. So it's like, so for every time I think, oh my God, it's all this old age and I'm never going to be able to do stuff again and all this other kind of crap. And I realized when the weather cooled down a little bit last night and earlier today, when coming back from the store, I took a breath of fresh air and it was cooler. The humidity dropped, and I changed. I just felt better. All of a sudden, I was like, wow, I feel like years was lifted off my shoulders. I checked the Schumann, nothing weird had happened, but to the point though, it was that the cool breeze that came in, the thunderstorms that came in and cooled off, and it can cool it off. There's be 100% rain but it not feel humid. It doesn't make sense. It's 100% humidity, but you actually feel cooler once it starts raining versus, you know, just before you're sweating your tail off. But anyway, so just some interesting things. But I've been noticing watching the ants and other critters and stuff. Also, we're getting dead leaves coming off the tree already. I got grapes that are come becoming ripe, and it's too early. It's a week or two too early. There's some other stuff. All this points to, and not necessarily an early frost, but an early fall. Okay, that it's going to be cooler this fall, sooner versus it being 98 degrees in November, which it has done here before or 92 degrees in October, and you go, what the hell? But, the temperature here the other day was only like 88 degrees in the middle of August, which is very low and it's very different. And the air was actually cool. And it was like, hmm. And so these are sort of little signs that will come in and other things. But so it's like what the nature spirits is what nature's doing. It's like they're getting ready for an early winter. 1220, Opelousas, yeah. 20 minutes from Slidell, yeah. A bunch of Louisiana folks. It's cold there in Indiana. Yeah. When I was up in Ohio back there, in June, uh, you know, my relatives were putting on long sleeve shirts and stuff, and I was like, it was chilly, but like low 70s, but very pleasant. And they were like, "Ooh, it's cold," and I was like, "Man, geez, this is perfect for me." But I'm the one from the South. I'm the one that ought to be the cold one, right? What a switch in my physical whatever has happened with me. But here recently, to add to other stuff for me, I have went back. See, this time of the year is my anniversary when I had that incident on the river and spent 3 days and all that stuff that I've talked about. And it's hard for me to get it out of my brain because I just should not have lived through those 3 days. But anyway, um, so it's my anniversary of that. It's been 8 years or 9 years. I'm trying to figure out, but at least 7, maybe 8 years. I can't remember. I think it was 2013. I think so. But anyway, or it could have been 2014. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, but the whole point of that though is that I have just reflected on how this summer is so much different. The river's way up. There's lots of water. The weather has changed. Yes, it's been hot, but the heat index has been what's bad. The temperature's only been like 95 for one of the highs, or 96. It might have got to 98 one day for a little bit, but 96, 97 has been about as hot as it's been here. But with the heat index, it's been 112, 114, right? So that's the danger point. But to the to that though, it's like, but that year, it was like that from the end of June into September. That was like that every single day. It was a horrible year that year. No water, a lot of, oh my God, it was horrible. And this year, the river's up again, and there's water all over the place, and the blah, 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 and the temperatures are down, and there's more rain. And so, um, but anyway, they said, here, look at this card. So it's Hawk. Anyway, they want me to shut up and pull the card for Barry. All right, so Barry, but I think all of this is related, is kind of sort of where I'm heading, in that I'm showing you examples of what I see in my own life and how it's kind of worked around. So, how you might, um, no, they want me to leave that card out. Okay. So raise your hand to be sure, Barry. And whatever it is you think about, and that'll be the other thing. If you say, well, Hawkeye makes me laugh, or it's not, if there's something that, well, that's interesting. I skated right past. Yep. They were like, nope, go straight down here to here. That was weird. I haven't done any card readings since the last time I did a card reading. Not even for fun, or, because this is not something that I just pretend, or, nobody else uses the cards. There's nobody else. I didn't take them with me on vacation, although I did take the book. Um, that's interesting. Barry, you might get a whole bunch of stuff. Um, yeah. Okay. The message I'm getting right now about this is that they gave me the Hawk card to assure me, because this was the first card I pulled. Um, I flipped the deck over, and there it was. So they planted the Hawk card for me to see first off, to give me confidence, is what they're telling me, that yes, I'm paying attention, and yes, I'm looking. So this card's for me, and that's what it means. They see me there. This is sort of my prayer card, in that, here, Hawkeye, here's your card at the bottom of the deck, after not shuffling these things for a month and a half. Okay. Hawk comes up on the bottom. That ain't coincidence, right? So, but I was talking about lions earlier, and so this card here is mountain lion, and I think they want me. There's a gist in and by the way, every one of these cards are heads up. They're not upside down. But the mountain lion is sort of more in that our American standard is mountain lion. There's strength in there. So there's a message there. But the two cards they really want me to pull was raven and horse. And both of them are straight up. Now I'm going to talk about horse first. And this is for everybody. Okay. And A lot of times when I do these cards, and people will say later on, man, that card was for me too. Now, I do agree with that. And sometimes I hear the spirits buzzing in my head and they're going, there's more than one person out there that gets this card. And sometimes when I pulled a two card spread like this one with a third over here kind of on the side, I look at the mountain lion. I don't even have to look it up. I see it as for whatever horse and raven is, it's a strength card. It's the strength of a mountain lion. Anyway, I don't even need to look it up. And horse is stamina. And raven, I forget. Brandy, some of those are they're sort of like shapeshifting UFOs because I see them down south of me all the time. And from what I'm guessing is they're out over the Gulf. Um, so they want me to do horse for you first, but here's the thought. Oh wait, here's mountain lion. Leadership, that's a good one. Leadership, mountain lion, O kingly leader of sleek feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. Now, mountain lion can be a very difficult power totem for you because it places you in a position to be a target for the problems of others. And actually, that's probably they're looking down at me going like, yeah, read that part right there. Yeah, read that part right there. Okay. I'm listening. So thank y'all for putting up with me. And that also other folks need to listen to this too, but this for Barry. Um, because mountain lion places you in a position to be a target for the problems of others. You could be blamed for things going wrong or for always taking charge when others cannot. You could become the perfect justification for the insecurities of others. So there's a big strapping young man, let's blame it on him, sort of a scapegoat kind of thing. Mountain lion medicine involves lessons on the use of power in leadership. Okay. It is the ability to lead without insisting that others follows. It is the understanding that all beings are potential, all beings, it doesn't say people, it doesn't say humans, it says all beings are potential leaders in their own ways. I talk about that all the time, because that's one of the powers, quote, that you learn, from the shaman thing. That everybody can be a potential leader. It doesn't mean that your ego, but you know that you can step in and take control of a nasty situation. It's not about ego, but the use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. By observing the graceful pounce of mountain lion, you will learn how to balance the power. Um, this relates to intention, physical strength, and grace. In human terms, to balance the body, the mind, and spirit. The great feline never wastes anything. It only kills what it needs for survival. The female hind is the hunter who graces her table in a style akin to Mother Energy. That's interesting. If mountain lion comes to you in dreams, it is time to stand on your convictions and lead yourself to where your heart takes you. Now, they're telling me right now that this part here of mountain lion is for everybody, whether you've had dreams or not, that it is time to stand on your convictions and lead yourself where your heart takes you. Now, Elderberry, we kind of understand that just in having conversations, but they want that sentence to go out to everybody. And but anyway, so next one, that's a shared one, mountain lion. But this leadership thing and learning about, people want to, do spells and they want to do magic and they want to do all these things for what? They want to force the universe to give them something when you need to learn how to connect with the universe that will give it to you. It's kind of, it's like trying to push a horse, you know, think about that one. Speaking of horse, power. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains or to bring the visions of the shields dancing in purple dream rain. Stealing horses is stealing power was a statement made frequently in historical Native America and in reference to the esteemed role with which horses played in the native cultures. Uh, Horse is a physical power and unearthly power. In shamanic practices throughout the world, horse enables shamans to fly through the air and to reach heaven. Humanity made a great leap forward when horse was domesticated. A discovery akin to that of fire. Before a horse, humans were earthbound. Once humans climbed on horses' back, they were as free and fleet as the wind. They could carry burdens with great distances with ease. Today, we measure the capacity of engines and horsepower, or now they do it in liters as well. So the humanity owes an incalculable debt to horse and to the new medicine that was brought to the new world when them folks came over here. Now, each of these dreamwalker or medicine man was walking across the plains to visit the Arapaho Nation. He carried with him his pipe. They want me to read this. The feather tied to his long black hair pointed to the ground, making him as a man of peace. And as a matter of fact, I almost put my uh, feathers on tonight hanging down. So as a manner of peace. And here it is. So this message is kind of sort of for me too. Over the rise of the hill, Dreamwalker saw a herd of wild Mustangs running toward him. Black Stallion approached him and asked if he was seeking an answer on his journey. Black Stallion said, I am from the void. I'm null and void, where the answer lives. I am from the void where the answer lives. So for all these things and stuff, the answers to a lot of solutions are just already out there. And when we understand it, it's just a matter of us sitting back and tuning in and listening and saying, okay, I know there's an answer out there. Can't force it. You can kind of look around in a directory, like if you're talking about horses, then you can think about horses and topics about horses or something. But anyway, so I am from the void where the answers live. Ride on my back and know the power of entering the darkness and finding the light. This is for all y'all now. Dreamwalker thanked Black Stallion and agreed to visit him when his medicine was needed. Entering the darkness and finding the light to the answers that are already there in the void. Keep remembering that. Yellow Stallion approached Dreamwalker next and offered to take him to the east, where illumination lies. So the east, where the sun rises, illumination, it's new things coming in. Okay. So where the sun setting is the conclusion of things. But anyway, Dreamwalker would share the answers he found there to teach and illuminate others. But once again, Dreamwalker thanked Yellow Stallion and said he would use these gifts of power on his journey. these gifts of power. So the power was that he was going to be able to illuminate others' lives. So, but to some folks, that word power is like, ooh, boy. Red Stallion approached nearby. He told Dreamwalker of the joys of balancing work and heavy medicine with the joyful experiences of play. He reminded Dreamwalker that he could better hold the attention of those that he taught with humor, and when humor was integrated with the lesson. Dreamwalker thanked him and promised to remember the gift of joy. Now, that's important for all of us. Dreamwalker was nearing his destination. The Arapaho Nation was close by. White Stallion came to the front of the herd, and Dreamwalker mounted White Stallion's back. Now, he didn't get on the other ones, but he just talked to them about it. White Stallion was the message carrier for all the other horses and represented wisdom in power. This magnificent was so embodied with the balance of the medicine world. Now, Barry, you were talking about the different medicines and stuff like that, the balance. So this does apply to you. This magnificent horse was the embodiment of balanced medicine shield. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom. That's a good sentence. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom, said White Stallion. You, Dreamwalker, have made this journey to heal a brother in need, to share the medicine pipe, and to heal the Mother Earth. You have the knowledge through humility that you are an instrument of the Great Spirit. Now, Barry, I know you understand that one, but this is one of them that goes for everybody. This is sort of like preaching night tonight with this right here. You you have the knowledge through humility that you are an instrument of the Great Spirit. Every single one of us, okay? The knowledge through humility. I'm a human being, and I know that I'm part of the universe, and when you know that, and that then we already know that we're working for the Great Spirit or the cause or for God or however you want to put it. We're already working towards it, right? So a horse says, "As I carry you upon my back, you carry the needs of the people on yours. In wisdom, you understand that power is not given lightly, but awarded to those who are willing to take responsibility in a balanced manner." Now, that just goes for all of us. So there are so many people who are looking for things, not just in cards and everything like that, but are looking for stuff. It's like, and they're still searching. When some of these folks, so they're going back over stuff. I guess I think maybe they thought maybe they missed something the first or second or third time through, and it's like, nope, still talking about it. Haven't brought anything new to the table. Just saying, or even just another point of view or something. Just um, Dreamwalker the shaman had been healed by the visit of the wild horses, and he knew that his purpose in coming to the Arapaho was to share these gifts with them. In understanding the power of horse, you may see how to strive for a balanced medicine shield. True power is wisdom. This is true power is wisdom found in remembering your total journey. Wisdom comes from remembering pathways you have walked in another person's moccasins. Compassion, caring, teaching, loving, and sharing your gifts, talents, and abilities are the gateways to power. Now, here's the thing. There are those folks who say, well, what kind of power and why this thing about power? But as I've said, the all the medicine men that I met were gracious elders, would sit and chat and talk, and for me being mostly a gringo, they would look at me sometimes, and and some of them would be a little gruff and go, listen, if you early on, and they'd be a little gruff and they go, what you need this information for? I'm trying to know about my history. My family won't talk about it, and I need to learn wherever I can, and everyone that will speak to me and to teach me. I want to know the truth about these things. And I studied them, and this is what I know. And, and so they look at me, and some of them would go, yeah. And there are those who would come up to me and go, I already know who you are. You know, I know your spirit. You're a Heyoke, as a puppeteer and as a storyteller. And you are a shaman in your own right, Hawkeye. And it took me, for as many of you know, I didn't start using that word until a couple of years ago, kind of thing. And that I really didn't want to title myself as anything, but in having all of the awareness brought to me, I realized that, yes, actually, I do fit the title, not to what other people believe it, but to what I know and walk in the red road, and to what I continue to learn. Yes, I am that type of shaman. I'm not seeking power, but when you learn these things, it's like when you learn to listen in the woods. That's a power. When you can smell, something change, or there's something different in where you're standing, or there's something in the air. When you learn that, that's power. Where other people just walk around, they're not paying any attention, right? So, but this whole thing in paying attention to stuff, that's knowledge is power. But what are you going to do with that power? What do you mean by power? Well, I have power over people. I have power over the words I use. I have, okay. If you're that kind of person, then it's like Pinky in the Brain, right? Come on, Pinky. Tomorrow we're going to rule the world. Okay. So next card, and this is, they're saying that Barry, that you already probably know what this is about, but there's a lot for other folks in these two cards, right? Actually, the cards already picked. Number 16 is Raven. Um, Interesting. I talked about this. Raven is magic. Raven, black as pitch, mystical as the moon. Speak to me of magic. I will fly with you soon. Throughout time, Raven has carried the medicine of magic. Many cultures across the planet, it is sacred in medicine ways to honor Raven as the bringer of magic. If the magic is badged, the carrier may be honored out of fear rather than out of respect. Okay, there's a great big, elephants are great big and huge, so you're scared of them because of their size. Not so much that they're going to step on you and charge you, but because of their size. Just saying. Those who fear Raven do so because they've been dabbling in areas they have no knowledge, and the spell may be backfired on them. Rather than analyzing the dark side of sorcery, realize that you will fear Raven only if you need to learn about your inner fears or your own self created demons. Now, they threw this card out for me because I was talking about this earlier, in that, there are folks out there who seem to be like acting like rabbit and calling these bad entities to them. So here's the words that I needed to help back up my feeling about this. Rather than analyzing the dark side, realize that you will fear Raven only if you need to learn about your own inner fears or self-created demons. So, and if we keep calling them to us. So, Raven Magic is a powerful medicine that can give you the courage to enter the darkness of the void. Now, the void was brought up back a couple of cards back, right? So, you enter into the void where the knowledge lies. The void is called the Great Mystery. The To enter the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet in form. You go to the place where it hasn't been made yet. The thought hasn't even been born. None of it. It does not exist. The void is called the Great Mystery. The Great Mystery existed before all other things came into being. The Great Spirit lives inside the void and emerged from the Great Mystery. Think about that for a second. Raven is the messenger of the void. Now, in the three cards that are pulled, it's been discussed about the void. So the void is that area where all the answers lie. If Raven appears in your spread, you are about to experience a change in consciousness. Now, what were we talking about before we started doing, before I pulled the cards? We were discussing about how these new energies and things, there's been a change and so forth. So this card, is for you, Barry, but for the rest of us too. You are about to experience a change in consciousness. This may involve walking inside the great mystery on another path at the edge of time. That's an interesting way to put it. It would portend a signal brought by the raven that says, you have earned the right to see and experience a little more of life's magic. Raven's color is the color of the void, the black hole in space that holds all the energy of the creative source. The black hole in space that holds all the energy of the creative source. Now, ain't that strange? In native teachings, the color black means many things, but it does not mean evil. Black can mean the seeking of answers, the void, or the road of the spiritual or the non-physical. The blue black of Raven contains an iridescence that speaks of magic of darkness and the changeability of form and shape that brings an awakening in the process. Raven is the guardian of ceremonial magic. I think, Barry, you said something about you were going to do a little ceremony yourself, right? So Raven is the guardian of ceremonial magic and in absentia healing. In any healing circle, Raven is present. Raven guards the magic of healing. So you want to send a prayer out to somebody, you think about Raven carrying the message. And the change in consciousness that will bring about a new reality and dispel the dis-ease, it's got it broken down, or illness. Raven brings in the new state of wellness from the void of the great mystery and the field of plenty. Raven is the messenger that carries all energy flows of ceremonial magic between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. Well, Barry, see, this is confirmation to you, okay? I kind of thought you were, that's why I took too long to start doing the reading, but um, these cards that have showed up already, they're really good for you, uh, but there's a lot of good stuff in here for everybody. If you let's see, the Raven is a messenger that carries all energy flows of ceremonial magic between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. For instance, if a ceremony is being performed to send energy to a disaster area where people need courage and strength, Raven would be the courier for that energy flow. The intention would be to allow the people of the devastated area to feel the concern and the support of the participants in the ceremony. If Raven magic is in the air, do not try to figure it out. You cannot. It is the power of the unknown at work, and something special is about to happen. The deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond to the sparkling synchronicity of this alchemical moment. Will you recognize it and use it to further enhance your growth? Can you accept it as a gift from of the Great Spirit, or will you limit the power of the great mystery by trying to explaining it away? Maybe time to call Raven as a courier to carry an intention, some healing energy, a thought, or a message. Raven is the patron of smoke signals or spirit messages represented by smoke. So if you want to send a message to the Blue Road of Spirit in order to contact the ancients, call Raven. Or who knows, the ancients may be calling you. Remember, this magic moment came from the void of darkness, and the challenge is to bring it to light. In doing so, you will have honored the magician within you. Now, ain't that some good stuff? So anyway, I if I wanted to sum up some stuff that I was talking about before I started reading the cards, these couple of cards are really kind of like, here you go. Here's something to think about. Here's a messenger, but anyway, uh, but also in the strength of horse and so forth. All right, you're very welcome. Um, I'm going to take a really quick break and just get something to drink. So Barry, tell me who's next, and whoever it is, give me 30, give me a minute, think about me, something I said or whatever, so I can help connect. No shoving or pushing now. There was so much information in them cards I pulled. I'm sitting here going, holy crap. Even for myself, it's like, yeah, yep, 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 yep. And with that in mind, Cherry is next. Okay. I'm going to light some more incense, Cherry, and wave, sit down, wave your hand. Let me know you're out there, kind of. Oh, sugar, dun, bum, 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 bum. Oh, honey, honey, you are my candy girl, and you got me wanting you. Don't ask me where that came from. Sweet cherry wine. Oh, I love you. Good. All right, I'm coming. It's been a little while, and I'm trying to make sure my connections are good, kind of thing. You may think I'm stalling in a way I am, but I'm trying to. I lit some more sage, and I'm going to do a little bit of tobacco. And right now, my connection, my messages are, remember that these cards are for the individuals, but the message is, good for all. So, but not to take away from the person, because to some other people, they just go, well, that's nice to know, but That raven brought it home. I get myself a coffee. Yeah, hang out with me a little bit. I'm gonna take a puff off the cigarette, shuffle the cards, and get right to it. Okay, so I'm right here. Hey, Paul Joe. Wow, two feathers. That about Raven. Yeah, there's some stuff. Even as I'm reading it, because I don't do readings on myself or anything like that. There are times when animals will show up, or even just as a thought, or the word will show up, But horse and raven and now mountain lion kind of sort of was, because I had mentioned it before, lions and tigers and bears kind of thing. But so the cards wanted to show me that we're listening. So here's the mountain lion card, which wasn't a primary card; it was a secondary card to the raven, actually. But it did fit in with the rest of the message. So you really have to scroll to find things nowadays. Yeah, George Thorogood. Yeah. When I worked radio stations, I used to play George all the time. Yeah. Can't remember the names of the songs at the moment, but yeah, I played him. Much to the dismay of some of the staff. Why do you always play George? Because I think it's a good one. But anyway, okay, Cherry. So raise your hand out there. See, I sometimes wonder why I'm shuffling the cards at all. Now, the interesting things about all those cards that I pulled, every one of them, including the hawk, was face up. And usually, out of 5 cards, one of them should have been upside down. Kind of sort of thing. You'd expect 1 or 2 of them to show upside down. All of them were right side up. So sometimes the answer is upside down. That's why. So, okay, Cherry. No, come on, seriously. That's the card? I mean, all right, but is that really the card? That was weird. Okay, Cherry. If you're out there, got your coffee? All right. Yeah. Next break, I'm going to get coffee. The hawk showed up on the bottom again. Just FYI. First card that came up, which interestingly enough, they said, take the top card. And I was fumbling through them and they said, no, take the top card. And I went, oh, okay. And it's possum. And then they filtered down through the deck, and the next one was an upside armadillo. Okay, so we're going to do possum first, which possum is known for its playing dead. Okay, it knows how to. If it can't win a situation, it's gonna try to fake you out. Okay, diversion. Okay, so Cherry, this is for you. Diversion. Opossum, roll over. Are you really dead? Or just playing possum? Was it something I said? So, possum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, possum confuses many a predator in believing that the game is over. Oftentimes, the confused rival will walk away, and then possum gets up and runs the other way. A possum medicine is a great deal of strategy. If all else fails, possum plays dead. It has the ability to fight with its claws and teeth, and they will claw and snap at you. Don't get me wrong, brother. But it rarely uses this in forms of protection. Instead, the supreme strategy of diversion is constantly employed when things get a little too hard to handle. Possum has developed an act that would, get him an Academy Award. The musk of the dead scent is excreted at will. If possum is turned up in your cards, you are being asked to use strategy. Okay, so here's the main for cherry. If you have, let's see, I lost my place. You are being asked to use strategy in some present situation. Rely upon your instincts for the best way out of a tight corner or situation, or if you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, do it. Oftentimes, if you refuse to struggle or to show that hurtful words bother you, your taunter will see no further fun in the game. Warriors have used possum medicine for centuries, playing dead and then getting up and then killing them. Possum may be relay, Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. This could be a victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor. But anyway, so, and it was straight up. So, Possum's message, diversion. And that's sort of like the Jedi mind trick. It's sort of like, oh, you do not see anything here. Oh, look over there. What's that? What? Diversion for whatever it is. The next one is Armadillo 28, upside down. Boundaries. That's interesting. Tie. Now, I don't know a situation, but tied in with Possum, who is trying to be diversion or to play dead, or there's something maybe going on that you've got to use strategy. And then here's Armadillo that talks about boundaries. Okay. So you need to be. Here's the message I'm seeing out of this right now is that you need to use strategy to set boundaries, whatever that may mean. Armadillo, armor all my boundaries, teach me my shields, reflect all the hurt so that I will not yield. Now, I've been talking about this shield business, right? So, armadillo can fit to what I've been talking about having your own self strength. Armadillo weaves its armor on its back. It wears it on its back, it doesn't weave it. Its medicine, a part of its body. Its boundaries of safety are part of its total being. Its boundaries of safety are a part of its total being. And when I talk about our auras and our shields and that kind of thing, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Can roll into a ball and never be penetrated by enemies. What a gift it is to set your boundaries so that harmful words or intentions just roll off. So, and to the people who may be having some bad things sent their way, if they understand that they're like armadillo and they have a shield, and um, it's not about hiding. It's about being protected and keeping itself safe. We got a lot. I've had a lot of armadillo encounters over the years. If armadillo has waddled into your cards you chose, it is time to define your space. Now, this card is upside down, but I wanted to read a little bit about this. So, you may have been too willing to let your home become a bus station. You may find that you cannot say no, even when you know that you will have to cancel plans to be obliging. This routine can get old in a hurry. Now, the contrary. Go ahead, roll up and hide. This, sarcastically, is the message of reversed armadillo. You may think the only way to win your present situation is to hide or to pretend that you are armor coated and invincible. But this is not the way to grow. It is better to open up and find the value and strength of your own vulnerability. You will experience something wonderful if and when you do. Vulnerability is the key to enjoying the gifts of physical life and allowing yourself to feel a myriad of expressions are made available. For instance, a true compliment is an admiration flow of energy. If you are afraid of being hurt and are hiding from feeling anything, you will never feel the joy of admiration from others. The key is in allowing Armadillo to help you to stop hiding and to use Armadillo's armor to deflect negative energies. Now, listen, I'm going to read this over again. They want me to. And this is for all of us. The armor that we share, our um, um, aura. The key is allowing Armadillo to help you to stop hiding and to use Armadillo's armor to deflect negative energies. In this way, you are able to accept or reject any feeling, action, or energy flow without having to hide from it. Now, this is interesting that it shows up in Armadillo, but I talk about this all the time that you accept and receive, and that you learn to reject those things that's just not necessary. The underside of Armadillo is soft, but its armor will protect this softness if the boundaries are in place. Hiding from your true feelings and fearing failure or rejection will amplify your need for cast iron protection. You have the power to rid yourself of these doubts and to touch the deepest part of beingness. Now, that's some heavy words right there. You have the power to rid yourself of these doubts and to touch the deepest part of beingness. You will know you are doing the right thing, whether it is communicating or painting or whatever. The creation belongs to you. The only rejection is not trying to break out of the armor you have used to protect yourself. Is the armor now becoming a jail and your fears the jailers? That's very interesting. So armadillo, you know that your armor is there. So, but if you're afraid to come out of your shell because something might hit you, I mean. So, but anyway, so that's the story of armadillo. All right. Um, okay, and pawn shops too. I've picked up some really good deals of equipment from pawn shops. You got to know what you're looking for though, and make sure you check all the connections. But all right, so who's next? I'll let that cigarette burn down, so that don't really count. That's okay. If I smoke a cigarette and most of it burns, I'm good. I bought enough provisions that I can stay here at the house for 12 days without having to go to the store or anything. So I'm good. It's 1:11 here, Ed. How you doing? With all the armadillos and stuff around, that's a really good analogy to use armadillo medicine if you understand that it's your shield against whatever it is that's coming at you. And like that card states, every one of us has the ability to learn how to accept or reject or to allow these things to hurt us or whatever. So it's like, okay. Did we put Barry to sleep out there? I want to give a shout out to Bob out there. We haven't said hi to Bob in a while. Of course, I haven't been on in a while neither. I've got my brake booster. So, how many of you out there have felt that this last week to 10 days, there's been some really crazy energy out there? Raise your hand if the answer is yeah. Because I know for myself, it's been in the old days. In the old days, I'd have sworn um, that I was having a panic attack. Hey, Delaney, I missed you back there, trying not to pay attention to the chat and trying to pay attention to my connection, and you too, Lady Court, huh? So, how has it affected y'all? I mean, here's one thing I yesterday, my focus for yesterday was why I couldn't focus. That it was an interesting paradigm in and of itself. But in my jumpiness, in my, almost panic attack kind of thing, if from the old days, I said, no, wait a minute. I can't focus on anything. I couldn't watch anything on the boob tube. There wasn't anything interesting. There's nothing on the internet. I tried to go outside. Nothing worked, right? Was going to read something. None of it worked. I couldn't focus on anything. I was just jumping around and skitzing around. And I was like, wow, this is just, this is bananas here, And I had an incident similar to that a couple of days ago, but that's one of the other things too, is the last few days have just kind of run together. This is Friday, Saturday morning, but it's Friday, like what the hell? How did it get here already? Well, I did things. Well, no, yeah, but that was last Saturday. Well, it's Saturday again. Has it been a week? Honest to God? Well, I've been awake and I've done. This person came over and saw me on such and such. Yeah, had a good visit with them on Thursday or Wednesday. Well, it was Wednesday or Thursday, I think. And then we had this, and then somebody visited me, and I had somebody. And okay, so there's other things going on. The solar flares release, yeah, on the heart palpitation. Ears would ring about 3:30. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Maverick. That's sort of my point. It was like I knew I've known for too many, you know. So my issue, I guess it was last night. It could have been the night before, but to my point to it is that in my jumpiness and lack of focus, I kept going back to why can't I focus? And not as a, so that was the thing I focused on was the word focus. You know, well, my focus is jumping all over the place. I know, no, okay. And I have to go back and okay, just think of just the word focus. So okay, my focus is yeah, but I don't know where my brain would go off and run around over here. So, but to the point though, I just simply allowed it and just um, and finally it subsided. But to the point though, years ago, I would have been having a panic attack because I couldn't focus, I couldn't think, and all my thoughts were racing, blah blah blah, and felt like I was going crazy. So, in the not being able to focus, I used that word as my focal point to narrow in. Sort of like when you're doing self hypnosis and that kind of thing. You use those words, or in a ceremony, you use the words that want to heal or get your point across or whatever it is. So that that becomes magic in and of itself. So in learning about my seizure activity and stuff like that, for some of you, if you remember back to my discussions about that, I taught my brain if I felt like I was going into some type of a seizure thingy, I would repeat to myself subroutine B. And that meant that if my brain conked out and I started losing basic functions, I needed to go find somewhere. I need to go get, and all other functions, whatever it was I was doing, I was going to safe mode. And so I've learned this technique over the years, and it works in a lot of other areas. So, and this is one of them. So the other night, using the word focus when I couldn't focus was exactly what I needed to do to focus on. So one of the subjects in another video is going to be about focus. But anyway, because of lack of it, it was an interesting paradigm of stuff. Anxious but not panicked. Yeah, that would be a good way. But to my own experience, though, of brain injuries and bipolar and all the crap that they diagnosed me for, and all the medicines that I took years ago, it would have been a panic attack. Yeah, around the heart. Yeah. See, now I have pleurisy, which is the sac around the heart, and sometimes it gets full of water and stuff. But anyway, um, so I don't see Barry anywhere. So the first person to raise their hand, I don't know who's next, but the first person to raise their hand for a card, let me know. Okay. Barry had to drop out for whatever reason. And we got a 20 coming up here in a second. So, um, Mel, I know you had your hand raised earlier, and I'm going to skip over to to Maverick next. But Mel, I know you had your hand up way back when. And I said, I'll get to you also. And Maverick, I don't even know if you were here yet. But anyway, Mel, I'm going to do one for you first. All right. I'm pulling rank. All right. Besides, you got your fingers up first. So you beat Maverick out anyway. So, but to the point, I remember you saying something earlier. So, but I'll sit here for another hour, and pull a couple of cards. I think it's every time the cards ever get pulled, for me or somebody else. Uh, the hawk keeps showing up. I keep trying to shuffle it out of the off the bottom. I think I did that time on purpose, but and there's Raven again. Um, Let me give you all a really stupid tip. When some of the things I've learned over the years is like, if something crazy comes into your if you're trying to relax and you can't seem to relax, pick something stupid. I mean, just I don't know. For me, it's like I remember a red skeleton thing, or I remember something, or maybe it's a Johnny Carson. But I remember something, that's just like so out of the norm of whatever has been going on in my life in the last day or so, or whatever. And it takes you out absolutely the opposite direction, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Well, what was it that Johnny Carson said that was so damn funny, and everything else just kind of goes away. It and you can change your focus. So that's a good way to like practice, and it will calm you in the same. Kind of sounds like something that I went through recently, a feeling. Okay, Mel, you got your hand up? For whatever reason, they want me to shuffle one more time. So here we go. I got 2 hits, actually 3, Mel. But one was mountain lion and the other one was armadillo. And we just went through mountain lion, armadillo. So that is to say that mountain lion and armadillo also refer to you. So whatever it is, and it was upside down too, the armadillo. So whatever it means to open yourself up or whatever it was saying. But to the point though, the 2 cards and the third card, which was is Weasel, number 33. And I honestly, I don't know if I've ever pulled this card. And it's upside down. Stealth. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was the cow. So weasel is stealth. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity. So weasel, think of a ferret, okay? And I used to have ferrets, and I had a ferret here at the house, and I miss, Rocky a bunch. But anyway, they're amazing critters. An incredible amount of energy and ingenuity. That's true. Yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. This is a great ability. Weasel eyes see beneath the surface of a situation to know the many ramifications of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chiefs sent Weasel to the enemy's camp to smoke them for power. What are the medicines of the enemies? The chief asked Weasel. Weasel will never fail to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, strengths, and weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. These brothers have strange new medicines, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark. They have stolen thunder from Skyfather and placed it in their weapons. They have no respect for the animal brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. Weasel fur changes color with the season. Silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound the Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, your powers of observation are keen. Now, this card is upside down, so I'm going to the contrary. In contrary, Weasel is in your cards. If so, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into the hen house or into your thoughts or energies or something. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. That's what it says. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. This can be a lie on any level, for instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 o'clock in the morning and telling yourself no one will notice or miss that half-eaten pie. If you scratch someone else's automobile in the parking lot, leave a note. Don't slink away just because you can. Honesty to self and to others is of the utmost importance. They want me to read that sentence for everybody. Honesty to self and to others is of the utmost importance. Another message of reversed weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your own findings. So if you've been seeing things and understanding things, but you don't trust them, like I've said before, in that you have to believe 100.1%. It's got to be more than just, well, I think you got to commit. So, but anyway, Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situations with keen senses. In the contrary, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, we were just kind of talking about that, weren't we? Doubt becomes the barrier in your progress. Then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. Holy crap, I was just talking about this. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. Well, I don't know the focus, right? You don't know how to focus. You don't know which way to go. Then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. That for me was the panic mode, panic attack thing on what's going on. So anyway, if you want to write the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and observing the obvious. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing, seek the hidden reasons, and use discretion in the process. They want me to read that again. No one can fool you if you watch your step in all things, honor your knowing. You know what you know and you honor it. You don't, it's not about bragging or anything, but it's honor. I was talking about honor before. If you have honor and you show honor, then other entities might not attack you simply because they see the honor that you have. Honor your knowing, seek the hidden reasons, and use discretion in the process. Okay, there you go, Mel. Maybe, but the energy in the room was extraordinary. A bit of an accent in your typing. Now that's funny. Dogs and animals will pick stuff up. So Mel, there you go. So Maverick went. No, it's Brandy's next. Is that right? I think. Knowing that last sentence speaks to you as well. Yeah. You know, I know I'm reading these cards for y'all, you know, but as I said, I've taken 6 weeks off, almost 2 months, without reading. And, because I just kind of felt like Brandy's next. Yeah. But the fact that y'all get it is like, it's amazing to me because I'm reading it going, oh, holy crap, this is a really good message. Not just for me, but, um, Brandy's next. Okay, so Brandy, raise your hand and think of something that reminds me of you. Whatever tickles your brain, kind of thing. I'm curious to see if you add a little bit to other than just raising your hand. Something I said, something I did, a piece of music, whatever it is. Attach that when you raise your hand, sort of like an antenna, but you're putting something out. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm actually missing. My folks up there seem to be pretty good about this. So there's mountain line again, upside down. So okay, Brandy, this one's for you. I know there's a little bit of a lag. Hmm. That was weird. Well, I got a card for you. Here it is. The dog and the butterfly up in the air and oh so high. The dog and the butterfly. It's a butterfly card, which, anyway, but here we go, Randy. This one's for you. And there didn't seem to be any other cards. I went through the deck twice, and there it was by itself. And it came right up like, here I am. Number 9 in the book, if that means anything, it's butterfly. Oh my goodness, this book's coming apart. Gonna have to put some. Butterfly is all about transformation. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before you e'er took flight. 9's my life path number. Well, number 9, it's in the book on page 73, which is 10, but anyway. The power that butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self-transformation. Like butterfly, you are always at a certain station in your life activities. You may be at the egg stage, which is at the beginning of all things. This is the stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is the point at which you decide to create the idea in the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, the idea or the aspect of personality. The final state of transformation is leaving the chrysalis and birth. This is the last step, involves sharing the colors and joy of your creation with the world, meaning your wings and the colors. If you look closely at what butterfly is trying to teach you, you will realize that it is the never-ending cycle of self-transformation. Now, this goes for everybody. Butterfly is trying to teach you, you will realize that it is the never-ending cycle of self-transformation. We never, if you get to a spot and don't ever go anywhere, I mean, no, there's always more. There's always more. The way to discern where you are in the cycle is to ask yourself. Now, I want to point this out also. The purple dragonfly, yeah, that's also part of the deal too. But with these 4 stages, now listen. So you could be working on an idea, and you can use butterfly. Where are you in this state? You can use the butterflies to say, okay, where am I in the real world? I mean, in my spirit world or in my something else. So butterfly isn't about just one area. Butterfly medicine means that you look at where you are with a project, or where you are with an idea, or where you are with your kids, or where you are with your life. It's not one thing, it's all things, because all things come in these different forms. Okay, so butterfly is transformation, and there's always constant transformation in the universe. That's the one thing you can guarantee: change. Okay, so the first is to determine whatever it is that this applies to you, but butterfly medicine is important to all of us. Are you at the egg stage? Is it a thought or just an idea? Is it the larva stage? Do I need to make decisions? Do I need to, start doing something? Is it the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Whatever it is. Or number four, is it the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, this is important, where you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. So understanding where you are, not necessarily, it's hard to discern where am I on my spiritual journey. You can look around and you go, well, I ain't there. I'm not stuck in the mud back down the road a ways. I haven't jumped off in the ditch and, I'm trying to learn spells and sigils. I haven't, I've seen, so, but if you look at it from the butterfly standpoint, so, are you in the egg stage? Well, no, because now you've learned about certain things and now you're starting to grow. You sprouted. So maybe you're at the larva stage and you say, well, I'm growing, I'm a worm, I'm eating stuff, I'm eating information, I'm learning. Okay. The next stage is, well, now that I've got all this stuff, I'm going to go into my cocoon, which in a way is kind of opposite way of thinking for me sometimes, but you go within and build it. It's like going in your shop and closing the doors and building your project and you don't come out till it's done kind of thing. But then when you do, you open the door and you bring whatever it is project you're working on and you show it. So that's the fourth stage, right? So where are we in things in life? So it isn't one thing, it isn't another, it's all of the above. Using the air or mental powers of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you have been feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors you've been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better in green? Could this mean you need to eat more green vegetables? So this type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. Butterfly can give clarity to your mental process, help you organize the project you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career. And this could be in an idea or it could be it could be whatever it is. It applies to a lot. To discern what your next move is, to figure out where to go next, use the butterfly medicine. Okay. So that's for you, Brandy. Amanda, how are you? The dragonflies have been appearing to a lot of people, and I've had dragonflies buzzing in and out of here, and my little um, hummingbird feeder. Yeah, there are so many different colors and mixes of dragonflies. It's amazing. I did a little research on them a couple of years ago. We were doing some pond work. Okay. Okay, Maverick, it's between you and Lady Court. Who's next, as I remember? Might have been you, Maverick. I'm shuffling cards. I know I've pulled some of these cards before, but here's the interesting thing. After 2 months to pull these cards, to kind of, well, that sucks, Brandy. Yeah, I agree, Brandy. I've come a long way. Old me would have snatched her up. Yeah, I understand that one. So Maverick, is this card for you, or who's raising their hand? Or Lady Court? I know we've got a little bit of lagging going on here, so I'm gonna put my cards down for a minute. For you, Maverick, okay, gotcha. You were the first one to, so that's it. That settles that. I really don't care. But I want it to be fair, and I'll do a card reading for for any of y'all. So um, and Maverick, not just for you, but there are other people too. But since you're here, you graciously said, okay, let her, let Brandy or whatever, and it's not a big deal. Well, let me tell you something. The spirits hear that, okay? They hear that. They hear the essence of you being polite. They hear it, and they hear it with a humbleness. I'm just saying, they're telling me this right now, okay? And for any and all of y'all, now I know you can say, no, you go first. No, no, you go first. Nah, go ahead, you go first. Okay. But at some point, somebody's going to say, all right, if you insist, I'll go. All right. But at the same point, there is a humbleness and a goodness in that. And I hear it through my spirits talking with me in how they relate. So that's sort of a special spirit message for everybody. In that, for those who want to be the first in line, okay, you got to go to bed or something. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. But for those who insist, and I've talked about this before, for those who insist to be first, thinking they're going to get something more special, or that uh, that has never worked for me, and I've always gotten better deals at the end of the line. There's been a couple of times where I've gotten nothing, but most of the times I've gotten somebody says, "Well, you know, you're the last in line. Ain't nobody else coming. So here, you can have two patties. We got enough left over. We can give you two, or we'll give you an extra scoop of pudding. We got plenty now. Whatever it is." So sometimes the end of the line is a good thing, but for in the spirit world of stuff, they heard that and were like, Maverick, thank you, thumbs up, cheers. Anyway, I'll get to your card in a second. But by bringing what I just said up, people who really don't understand how the energies and how the cosmos and how the quantum and everything is all connected, um, when you actually feel the reverberation or feel this essence change or feel the difference in, like, yeah, we heard you, that was a really good thing, and there's something in the essence of that. And for me to sit here and experience it and then tell you all about it, it's like, now that's different in and unto myself, but I know I have experienced it. And so there are some folks who are like, hey, make me a moderator, or hey, you should do this, or hey, those are the people is like, you, no offense, but you're last in line. I love you, but you just went to the end of the line. You're out of 13th. Well, thank you for your kind words. I do appreciate you here for Friday the 13th special. Yeah, it. I was like, 13. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. How about lucky 13? I got my clothes and makeup back. I should have emptied her purse. I didn't want to get close to her. She may have got something stupid and got herself hurt. I am out of 13th. This is a group that's been a major factor in the changes I've gone through in the past 3 or 4 years. Well, God bless you, Maverick. I mean, I'm grateful that you all are here, and because you want to, because you're friends, and we're sitting around talking. And you know me, there are times when I'm just like, God Almighty, ain't I on enough? I don't want to like over talk some things, but then again, this course this last week's been kind of really weird, but in that it's like, no, it's more in the sharing. As we've all discussed before, it's that we get together and participate together. It's more about, do I have anything in particular, or is there a special message for today or something like that? And, like, okay. Um, but maybe just hanging out is special. I mean, they're telling me that, maybe Hawkeye, you should just go on without any particular thought in mind and just hang out, period. But I do like to have some kind of topic. It's, like, tonight's talk show host, me and my old DJ things, we're going to, this is going to be the basic subject. So I do like to have a subject, a topic, if you will. Not that we haven't gone off track and went into cooking classes and stuff like that, but the understanding of it. So anyway, so Maverick, this one's for you. Um, and I know that each of you have shared in your own way with each other. And I consider that, I'm very humbled by the whole thing. And I continue to pray every day that I will continue to learn how to accept and receive, and that I will know what to do with the information that's given to me, that I share it, that I burn some sage and I do my drum, and I make sure that my connection with my spirit folk are connected in a way that however these cards get pulled, that it's a good message. And for me, man, just been, whooping tail kind of thing. Okay, Maverick. So you're out of cigarettes. I'm going to have a cigarette in a minute after I pull his card. Maverick says, I agree. We need to take the 13th back from all the, yeah. I thought about it earlier, literally, because I didn't realize till yesterday. Holy crap, tomorrow's Friday 13th, right? And I was thinking, we used to stay up late and watch, scary movies and stuff on about the 13th and everything. And it's like, but lucky 13, why not, can't 13 be a lucky number? And so anyway, so here we are with that. So Maverick, raise your hand and think of something stupid I said that, anyway, that links you to me. There you go. Hmm. Well, we've got a right side up, number 3 elk. Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm going to light a cigarette. And elk's are very powerful. I always get a big kick out of elk. It's just stamina. Almost fell asleep. Barry, we've done cards and you ain't even been here. We've sorted this out. God bless you if you needed to sleep. We've carried on without you, my brother. We love you. But you did fall asleep, not almost, or you got so stoned you forgot where you at. You're in a time. Let's do the time warp again. Oh, sun is shining above my TV. Oh my God, so much dust on it, Roman. I know how you feel about that. I've been doing cleaning in behind stuff and in corners and taking stuff apart. I mean, it doesn't look like I've done much around the house, but I know what I've done and how I've been cleaning and so forth. And you know, while I was gone, it just seemed like because I wasn't here, this stuff took over, mold and stuff, and it became yucky all of a sudden. Anyway, oh yeah, I'm not sure. I think I've had elk, but I was singing that in my head earlier when you said, "Where did the wheat go?" You lived in Colorado for 8 years. That's one of the states that I have not been in. I've been north of Colorado and I've been south of Colorado, but I've not been to Colorado. So anyway, all right. So Maverick, this one's for you. He was only checking his eyelids for holes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, smoke another one. Light them up. All right, elk is stamina. All right, elk. Your antlers reach for the sun. And you were just talking about the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Show me that strength and stamina are one. See, there are certain synchronicities that we have that are related or not related, but we get it. You know what I mean? And I just think that that's part also for me. For me, it's like, wow, we really do have a connection. Whether I say something and y'all go, I'll just talk about that. And, we do it all the time. So to me, it's just proof, and a constant reminder. That's not what I mean, but it is. It keeps us knowing, like, hey, this is really working. I stopped using that word hate, Roman, but that's one of them words that we got to quit using. But I dislike some humans a whole lot. You know what I mean? Um, but anyway, elk. Let's see. An elk is straight up too, so it's a straight up kind of not a contrary. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that actually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, his bugling alerted Mountain Lion, which Mountain Lion has showed up twice tonight, that a feast could be in the making. Mountain Lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey, moment by moment. Elk sensed it, Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest got suddenly quiet. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him, but Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent all his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward uh, toward the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to its fullest. Now, this is something that I think is something that is a continual lesson. The older I get, I keep learning new levels of this. So, what stamina means at 65, what stamina meant at 55, what stamina means to me now, and what I can get done. And let me tell you, there are different points of view, your observation and where you are in life and your age. I mean, so this idea of stamina. And here's something else I want to point out too. That for me, I've had more stamina at other times than I do at the moment. but I've got more stamina now than I did at previous times in my past. So it's like, so you say, well, at the moment, I don't have any stamina. So I started doing my push ups again. So I started walking more. So I'm doing these other things. So I'm lifting big, 5-gallon buckets full of rocks. I'm doing these other things. So I'm getting my stamina back a little bit at a time. It's the only thing that's holding me back is this damn, anyway. But to the point of stamina, so it's up to you. You can increase your stamina in whatever it is, in your energy field, in your thinking, in your physical self. You can change it. It's up to you. Okay. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, they honor there's that word honor again. They honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the comradeship that arises from the similarity of experience. That's why I want to take somebody on the river with me. This is a special medicine that allows the friendship of others of your same sex to overcome potential competition or jealousy. Like, come on, let's go fishing. Well, I don't fish much. Don't care. Come on, get in the boat. Let's go. If you have picked elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrior or warrioress energy that you are a part of. Each one of us has it in us, that's for true. Um, this communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety and to get feedback from others who have had the same experiences. You may need a new sense of community, communication in unity. Man, that's a powerful three words right there. Communication in unity. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. And let me say that again. To pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. So there are some folks who are trying to learn too much at one time, and they're trying to, gobble it up and to become these spiritual warriors or whatever it is, trying to take shortcuts and stuff. But we have to pace ourselves with information, with stress, with it, the stamina of elk isn't just about, one particular thing. It's about looking at a situation like me looking in my yard and going, man, there's been crap in my yard for the last 15 years. And I look at it and go, I'll never get this done. And then I stop that statement and go, well, but I'm still working on it. It seems like it's never going to get done, but I'm still working on it. Stuff's still going up the driveway. Still, if it was dry outside, I'd be having fires. But everything's so wet, I can't catch it on fire. So, but anyway, Maverick, that's your card, elk, stamina, for whatever that may mean for you. And, that, like I say, that's a good word for other folk too. Now, I don't know if Lady Court's still in the house. I haven't seen her make a comment recently. So, I don't know that one, Brandy. You still want a card? You're next. Roman, I know you're more than that. Okay, give me a second. Let me uh, shuffle the cards. Oh, we're coming up on a 20. For those of you who I might have to take a stop for a sec. But Lady Court, you know, focus on something I said or something that made you laugh, whatever it is. Raise your hand. You could just hold your hand up and go, it's me. Here I am. You know, that could probably work too. But anyway, um, so far for the cards that I pulled for folks, I mean, it seems some of the cards and some of what it's saying is meant something to all of us, but that's interesting. Yes, Maverick, you're absolutely right. You know, if I let myself go atrophy, and after that fall in the river a month or so ago, 2 months almost now, my shoulder is still hurts. You know, underneath my shoulder blade here on this side, and hmm, so cyanide. Yeah, one of the things that having worked with track team and so forth. And as I've talked about the cause and about the Silent 72, when I had my leg broken playing football, I didn't leave the team. If I couldn't play on the field, I became the manager of the football team, the manager of the track team, and some other sports as well, and kept up with things. But the idea, though, that simply because you can't play in the game, you're not one of the first or second stringers, doesn't mean that you can't participate. There are cheerleaders, there are people that are selling tickets, there are people who, sell T-shirts to raise money for the football. I mean, there are so many layers to, I'm just using sports as it, but so I didn't cower from sports. I just couldn't play, and I couldn't run track anymore. So which left me bitter, I got to say. But to the point though, is so just because we can't play on the field, um, just because we can't play on the field doesn't mean that we can't participate and help the team support the team. Um, but anyway, so Lady Court, I got two cards. Both of them are straight up. And Raven again, okay, but Coyote also. So Coyote's that trickster, so trying to do it, but also with Coyote, and I'll get the book out here in a second, but uh, as in the kind that you put on your back or whatever, the sticky on kind. No, I've used them up, and for whatever reason, those are one of the things that have kind of sort of disappeared that used to be easy to get, and I was having trouble finding witch hazel today, but I tripped running and caught my chin on the bench. Yeah, I did something like that too when I was 3. After I had my last head injury and defunct and all those seizures, I literally had to start over. So many of my muscles have become atrophied. You don't move around, you don't use them, you lose them. But the thing is here's the thing: people say, "Well, I can't do it. I'll never make it. And my answer is, I broke my leg after all these years. It's in better shape than it has ever been. I've had all these other injuries. I've had 3 operations on my neck and all of these things, and I'm still here. And I can still paddle a kayak, and I can still do these other things. And I spent a good hour with the weed eater the other day, which at my age, the fact that I can crank it up and use it at all is a good thing. But so my back is a little more sore, but I got a lot of mowing and stuff done with my weed eater, right? So I take the good with the bad. I've been lifting, concrete and been busting up and been digging the foundation again, and getting my muscles. If I work for 20 minutes, and I'm tired, well, but I work for 20 minutes, it's better than nothing, and I'm making the effort. So, and every time I make the effort, it makes me feel better. So there's energy in that. What I tried, you know. Well, so I was doing push-ups today against this chair, right? And to help my shoulder out. And I was like, man, I can only do 10. But I was like, yeah, but it's better than 5. And I wanted to quit at 8, and I did 2 more. So I was like, but no, a repetition at 10 is good. So back in the day, you do 10 of something. If you could do 10 of them, if you were doing weights, you might only get to 6 or 5, and you work up to 10. Then you do that for a little while, and then you add more weight, and then you build. That's how you build up, right? So, so I could only do 10. All right. Well, I was going to shoot for 20, but then I'm thinking maybe 20 right now. I'm trying to push for that and just injure it more. But let me keep up with doing 10. And later on, I'll go by this my chair right over here, and I just go over there and I'll do 10 push-ups. Leaning up against it. And at the same time, I'm also working my feet and my legs and the calf muscles and doing some stretches. So I'm doing more than just the push-ups. So but I'm building my stamina back up slowly because as the weather cools off, I'm going back to the river. It's just a matter of time, right? So I want to be strong enough to be able to do it. Flash and monitor now enters. Well, that's for crap. You're on their list. I can't do anything from here, Roman, but I'll pray for you. Okay. I will continue to send out good energy your way. If you see Raven show up, which is the next card, by the way. And so let me get back to the reading. So, sorry for the interruption, but I appreciated that cigarette. Number 16. Raven is magic. Raven, black as pitch, mystical as the moon. Speak to me of magic. I will fly with you soon. Throughout time, Raven has carried the medicine of magic. This has been true in many cultures across the planet. It is sacred in the medicine ways to, here again, honor Raven as the bringer of magic. If the magic is bad medicine, the carrier may be honored out of fear rather than out of respect. Those who fear Raven may do so because they have been dabbling in areas that they shouldn't be dabbling. And a spell may have backfired or something else. Rather than analyzing the dark side of sorcery, realize that you will fear Raven only if you need to learn about your own inner fears or self created demons. And I have said this earlier. There are times when people literally call these demons to themselves. So, Raven magic is powerful that can give you the courage to enter the darkness of the void, which is the home of all that is not yet in form. The void is called the great mystery, And the great mystery existed before all other things that came into being. Great Spirit lives in this void, and he emerged from the great mystery. Raven is the messenger of the world. Yeah, I understand, Roman. I understand. Raven is the messenger that carries all energy. Energy flows of ceremonial magic between the ceremony itself and the intended destination. For instance, if a ceremony is being performed to send energy to a disaster area, Raven would be the courier for that energy flow. The intention could be to allow the people of the devastated area to feel the concern and the support of the participants. If you've chosen Raven, magic is in the air. Do not try to figure it out. You cannot. It is the power of the unknown at work. And something special is about to happen. The deeper mystery, however, is how you will respond to the sparkling synchronicity of this alchemical moment. Will you recognize it to further enhance your own growth? Can you accept it as a gift from the Great Spirit? Or will you limit the power of the great mystery by trying to explain it away? So that's Raven, and that's a reminder. We had Raven earlier, but Coyote seems to be the primary messenger for these two cards. But they wanted me to read that part again. Coyote is the trickster. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? There are thousands of myths and story about the coyote, the great trickster. Many native cultures call coyote the medicine dog. If you pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way. Now, you just had Raven, who is the bringer of magic. Okay. So now trickster, here's coyote. So it's backing up the first card. Okay. Um, if you pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on the way. And it may or may not be to your liking. Whatever the medicine is, good or bad, you can be sure it will make you laugh, maybe even painfully. You can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him. He is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished than Coyote at the outcome of his own tricks. He falls into his own trap, and yet somehow he manages to always survive. He may be banged and bruised by the experience, but he will soon go on his way to even greater error, forgetting to learn about his mistakes and from his mistakes. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. That's important about Coyote. Uh, Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious, for example, the steamroller that's about to run him over. That is why when it hits him, he still can't believe it. Contained within trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. The cosmic joke is not just on ourselves, but on everyone else. Let's see. If they are following coyote or have strong coyote medicine, if someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like roses, but the fact remains that it's still a skunk. Snooze time is over if you have pulled the coyote medicine card. Watch out. Your glass house may crash to the ground at any moment. All your self mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you. So Raven's going to bring the message, good or bad, and Coyote the trickster. So there's medicine in this. So, and it really depends on how you act to it. Okay. Coyote scratches under his arm. He does a crazy dance. He catches his tail on fire. He jumps in a fish pond. Coyote seduces a concrete statue. He thinks he's found a bone, but it's a rattlesnake. Everyone watches the comedic scene. Coyote is you, me, booby traps, jet airplanes with toilets that don't work. Get ready for more of the laughs, lots more. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experience. Ask yourself what you are really doing and why. If you seem to be tricking yourself or trapped or whatever, is Coyote your medicine? Are you playing jokes on yourself? For example, I used to always say, Dave, you dumbass, what the hell did you do that for? That's sabotaging yourself, okay? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone tricking you? So if there are events that just ain't quite going right, but your intention's good, that's trickster. Or do you want to pull a boner on your best friend? On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. You may have conned yourself, your family, your friends, or even the public at large into believing that you know what you're doing. But listen, Coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created a befuddling, bewildering, and confounding trick. Pick up the crazy eyes from the ground and put them back in their sockets. See through the genius of your acts of self sabotage. Find it in music and laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious. The medicine is in the laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. They want me to read this part again. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious, sort of like Haoki. The medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. Okay. So if you can laugh at yourself and get over it, then you can, but you should also look at whatever mistake you may have made. But to the point though, if you have coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies lighten up, to add cheer to a party or something like that. Look to the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions. So there you go. Hey, David Castle. Roman, just do the best that you can, you know. That's all that you that's the best we can do, you know. Keep up the good work. So Lady Court that, you know, that's some hell of, you know, those two were like back to back supporting each other. It's 2:21. Okay, I'm going to take one and it's been 3 hours now. So can y'all hold out here for a minute? You want me to do another reading? Something? It says there's 14 or 15 folks here, and so, but I need more coffee. So hold what you got. I got to get more coffee. I'm out. So I will be back. Hang on. Holy crap. And of all the things, well, I use this phrase a lot, of all the things, but one of the all the things is that for myself, just to let you in on, is that as you have visited with me over the years and seen me, my plights and discussions and so forth, one thing that is there all the time is that I'm still here and I refuse to give up. Some days for me, my back is, I have legitimate back problems. I am getting old and all this other stuff. And sometimes I've overdid it with certain things with mixing, 800 pounds of concrete and pouring, this and that and stuff like that. But to the point though, I refuse to give up, you know, I'm still doing foundation work. Yeah, I got behind. Well, I went on vacation, and then the yard and the weeds and it, stuff just got out of hand. And it's been too hot to mix concrete, quite frankly. And we've had rain almost every day since I've gotten back for the last 2 months. It hasn't been continuous, but we had a rainstorm the other night that dropped in another inch here in an already wet county. And when I went to the store today and looked at the river, you know, the one place is like the river's back up another foot and a half, you know, after that 1 inch of rain. But overall, spread over the watershed and where it gets narrow through the bridges kind of thing, the water comes up and it floods. So, but anyway, so the water in 1 inch of rain nets almost 1 foot of water rise. So what was already not flooded conditions, but high water, is now right back up there again. So, it came up another foot watching the gauges. So it's like, that's interesting, which is different for us this time of year. You know what I mean? Not good or bad. It's just different. So, but anyway, but in life, you never give up because you never know, if there's going to be a rainstorm and the water comes up a foot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, or it doesn't rain for months on end, and like we've been in drought conditions for so long. So it's like, regardless of what it is, tomorrow is tomorrow. Now, I can establish certain things about tomorrow because of today. Well, we got rain. I'm going to have water. My electricity bill's paid. There's not supposed to be any bad storms. A hurricane might get not a hurricane and it's going to change. And okay. So the things that were coming up this weekend have changed in a certain thing. So what was supposed to happen 2 days ago ain't going to happen the way they said 2 days ago, weather-wise. So it's like, okay, so, but at the same point, irregardless of what the weather says, I'm here, I'm watching the skies, I'm watching the clouds build, whether it rains or not, and how much does it rain? Did it flood my driveway again? And I put another 2 big buckets of busted up rock up on the driveway. This year has washed my driveway more than several years in a row, but it's been dry for so many years. But anyway, um, but in that, the point about this is I don't give up on the driveway. I keep putting rocks down. I keep putting, the water will, in one good heavy rain will wash out a hole that was not there previously. I mean, literally, it's like, this that now there's a hole that's this deep that was not there before. Like Spider Man, my special ability is future sometime. Yeah, going to court. I wish you could help. Yeah, it's the wrath of man. Yeah, having been in the system so many times, uh, there's rarely any true justice. You know, sometimes, but in my experience, not really, because the people whose game it is play the game so well that that it's their game, and So, they talk about the good old boys. Well, here's the thing. One of the things I learned, it's like, so, people say, well, it's a good old boy network. Okay, fine. That's understandable. There are people who do this every day. Okay. Um, throw grass chunks and cement in the hole. Yeah, Lady Court, the way my driveway is and how fast it comes down the hill when it rains a lot, it literally has washed rocks downhill. Okay. I bought a dump truck load of rocks way back over the years ago and spread them out and everything, was going to have this gravel driveway. And the first time it rained really hard, most of the gravel ended up downhill down in my yard down here. It was nuts. But anyway, in busting out some of the concrete around here and some of the bags of cement that I've had, it got wet and turned into a giant rock. So I've been busting them up and putting them in these holes and then trying to pack a little dirt in there to fill in the, but, it helps, but it's just amazing what water can do really quick, you know and it's going over, there are big pine trees beside my driveway, and it goes over a root and creates a waterfall, and underneath it just digs it out. So where it was all nice and level, all it needs is to go over this root and over this root, and it digs it out and digs it out. And we had 4 inches of rain in one day, and with that kind of rain, I went up the driveway and went, holy crap, there's all these holes and stuff that just wasn't there, the day before. So it's amazing. But to the point, though, I can't curse Mother Nature because we really needed the rain. But to the point, though, everything's always changing. And, so it's like, oh, son of a bitch, there's another hole. Okay, well, I got some rock over here. Well, I got a bag of cement. And the next time I get a couple bags of cement, looks like I need to get one or two for this spot right here. It's just like, okay, all right, okay. All right, well, some bitch, okay. And you just do it. After a while, as much as it's a pain in the ass. And there are tons of concrete on my driveway, okay? Let me tell you, over the years. But it's just like, okay, so Mother Nature's going to mess with me some more and dig a hole over here. And, all right, but you just deal with it. That's all. Doesn't It doesn't make any sense to get all upset and all that. Where before I would have been upset. Fucking rain, blah blah blah. Here I go again. I don't have time for out of just been cursing, and now I go, wow, look at that. In one rain, some bitch, that's a deep hole. It's a 3 and 4 inch hole. And an inch of rain, and an inch of dirt. Okay, and that's it towards the top of the hill. When it gets to the bottom of the hill, where the flow's even worse, oh my God. And I've tried shuffling it and trying to push it to my neighbors to the property line and stuff. But there are times when no matter what you do and no matter what the circumstances are, it's going to flood. It's going to get wet. It's just going to happen. And the best thing to do is just deal with it. Don't give up. Well, here we go again. He won't be. Well, good luck to you, Lady Court. And here's something, Lady Court, having had children that come in and out of my life from divorces and all this kind of stuff. They think they know what they want one time, and when they don't get what they think they should get, or when doesn't it's harder than they expected, then they'll want another choice. It's best of luck. Kids can be a pain in the ass, even when you think you know what they're thinking. Anyway, So, but anyway, anything with things and stuff that are going on, I know that the crazy energies that people have, that we kind of sort of discussed here this morning, tonight, whatever. Happy Saturday, everybody. We made it through the 13th. I haven't seen anything on the news where anything really big and tragic happened. So, knock on wood for that, right? Um, but I've noticed where, and I noticed it before I went on vacation, and then I was gone for 2 weeks, and then I was sick for a week, and then kind of just discombobulated. But I always keep an eye on what's going on, on all the different channels that I've subscribed to in the news and stuff. And there are some areas that have just gone, they've gone cray cray. Okay, I mean they just haven't got a little crazy. They have gone cray cray, and it's just like over the top craziness. And it's like, whether it's in the news or it actually happened or they made the story up, some of this stuff is just getting crazy. But then, like I said, in my journey and the people that I meet in stores and having, just in meeting people and being around, you go, I just don't see this, you know, I don't, I just don't see it. People aren't freaking out, blah, 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 blah. If somebody wants to wear a mask, they do. If somebody don't want to wear, ain't nobody putting fingers or nothing, where, a year ago, things were different around here. But now there are still people who are wearing masks and a lot of people who ain't. And, some people are, like, they want to keep their distance. But the lady in the store today, she was like, oh, come over here. I think it's right down here. Thank you. Not worried about, that she was, 2 feet from me. We almost touched at one point because of where she was, moving down the aisle, but to the point of that, there wasn't this fear of you have to stay, you're too close to me. That's my point. There wasn't anything wrong. It was just normal behavior. But to the point though, that it wasn't, people aren't terrified of each other. And so I'm hoping that whatever they're trying to sell, number two this time, is that people will just keep some common sense about them and go, hey, look, let's look at this. 25 new cases out of how many hundreds of thousands? But no, we got 9 more. Okay, but it's like they're trying to prove that they've got more of the new one, right? The Delta. Okay. Now they talking about Delta Airlines. They talking about the Mississippi Delta. They talking about Delta Blues. That you know what I mean? Delta. Now, isn't it interesting that they've already chosen this name for it? Now, there's a very strong relationship to the word COVID-19. Not quite sure about that, but the COVID is related to this Greek goddess thingy. But anyway, so there's like some, there's a meaning behind the word. Okay, there's something in there. So my curiosity, as I scratch my head, is that so what's in the name of Delta? Why that word? Because they always choose these words for a reason. You think about it. Go back through it, like, yeah, there was, we might not understand it, but yeah, that was peculiar. And they've already picked it. It's not like COVID number 3 or 19 or 21 or 19 plus. Oh, it's Delta. Just like a Delta wave kind of thing. But anyway, why I do need money for food or drink. COVID comes with the injection. Yeah, I agree. Well, here's hoping for you, Lady Court, honestly, but having been there, done that kind of thing, with two kids, and this stuff. It's just weird. When you think you got it figured out, they make a left turn, and there ain't even nowhere to go. But they make a left turn anyway. For whatever reason. But you gotta love them anyway in the long of it. But yeah. So, but anyway, but with this number two thing, but the idea that in Australia they're pushing it away, and in the UK so in different areas of the world, like in Korea, and there's one of the channels is like the Korean news or something. They have it in English, and or the Singapore slang or something anyway. And then there's the Australian news, who are very particular and very critical about American politics, which they ought to be, because there are a lot of folks over there trying to mimic. And anyway, so then there's the British and the Commonwealth and all that crap that goes with that. But then you hear from this area, and they're trying to they want everybody vaxxed by a certain date. They're pushing it so hard. You got to ask yourself, listen, we didn't even have 1% of the population die of this. Let's be serious, okay? Not even 1% of the population. Not like the Spanish flu, not like all these other things, not like other flus in the past, flus that I've had that damn near killed me. And they want to say that this one's going to get me. This one's going to get us all. We'll pay you. We're going to line you up. We're going to make you get a passport. What? It's gotten to the point of it's ludicrous. So if you've ever watched the Dark Helmet on Space, what was it? Space something. Anyway, Mel Brooks. And when they went to ludicrous speed, in the spaceship. But anyway, so we're at ludicrous speed. It seems like when you look around and you go, for me, being an old hippie and having tripped so many times, I look around and I go, man, this is like a really bad acid trip. You look around and you see stuff and you go, is this really honest to God happening? The 9/11, yeah. Then seeing that building that went down in Miami and all that stuff, there's so much weirdness going on. And I watched interesting. I Not that I'm into anime, but there's some stories that are in anime that they're really full of some astounding information, like this machine that used sound that could literally vibrate an island, with enough energy that it would just crumble into the ocean. And I was like, what? And you think about some of these things that have happened, and we scratch our head and go, well, how did building 7 go down? How did this happen? Why did that happen? There was a building over in Europe or whatever it was a couple of years ago that burned for a couple of days. It never fell down. There's stuff like that. Oh, the fire did it. No, it didn't. So all these things that Spaceballs. Thank you, David. So there are all these things that when you look at reality, some of these things, when you look at the real stuff, yes, there was a building that burned. No, it didn't fall. Oh, so there goes this theory that, the jet fuel, which is kerosene, was somehow, dropped the towers when it was at the top floor. I mean, wait, it's just common sense, but we saw the planes, did we? All this other kind of stuff, right? So, one of the things for me is they found a GE engine that had been dropped straight down between two buildings. Impossible, because if the plane had been doing this number, there would have been a trajectory where it had bounced off the walls. This thing was wedged in an alleyway, and it was it was a GE engine when it should have been a Pratt Whitney. And having worked, I used to build and machine Pratt Whitney blades. So, for different stages, for Pratt and Whitney engines, the JT8, JT9, several different stages. But anyway, But this idea that, so I know about jet engines and blades and stuff, and this thing was wedged between two buildings, but it was the wrong engine for the kind of airplane they claimed was in the skies. Wrong engine. Period. There's a lot of other stuff. But when they said a GE engine, I was like, GE don't have, you know, they don't have engines on those airplanes. You know, back in the day, I can't remember, but to the point, 747, whatever it is, they use Pratt Whitney. So, but how's this engine show up that's not even on any of those models of aircraft? It's all Pratt Whitney. How do you explain that one? Just saying, you know, forget about the buildings and all this other stuff. Where'd that GE engine come from? That just happened to make it all the way down through these two buildings and just lodge itself right there. Ain't that weird? It is to me, you know, but ain't that weird? Ain't that weird? But now I will say, just like yeah, no flights were involved. Yep. Just like the passport. Yep. I mean, all this stuff. I mean, it's just craziness. And it's like, so if I, you know, I'm considering flying up to Dayton, for example, this winter, and going ice fishing with my brother, right? And so it's like, well, you know, no, I'm going to have a passport shot or whatever before I could get on a domestic flight. Okay, then I ain't going. I mean, that's just another reason. So, but this idea though that, you know, the folks that I spoke with while in on them 2 weeks and all we've been, all the places we went, and like I said, you know, I've stopped at when we were at a motel. I stopped and talked with some folks up there, and how are things, and blah blah blah. You know, excuse me, but I'm not from around here, and I want to be a little nosy. Mind if I ask you a couple questions? You know, like how blah 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 blah. And you know, I didn't get into conspiracy. I just said, you know, it was like this in South Georgia. How was it like it up here? Well, we just didn't pay any attention to the mask, and we did. You know, I don't have no shot, and nobody I know and nobody I know died, and nothing like this. And but now there are people down here that swear, you know, that people passed away, and it was because of COVID. But there was also a lot of other problems that these people had, and so but they want to blame everything on the COVID. And I want to say that if they stuck a wad up my nose to check for something, they could have they could implant stuff in my nose and claim that I had COVID, when in actuality, I didn't or don't or whatever. So I don't trust the system. Well, we're going to stick this up your nose and then we're going to do it. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. Mm-mm. Oh, yes, that one too, Lady Cord. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You know, the passports and the driver's license and all that. Hey, Katniss, how you doing? So, I mean, there are just certain things you go, well, whatever they did. And here's my point about watching these anime programs on Hulu, on Netflix. The story plot, it's not so much about the banging of this, but the story plot. And that, you know, they have this instrument of destruction that will crumble a building. And I'm thinking to myself, and this was, you know, Japanese made kind of thing with the dub. And you stop, and, you know, it's like there's this virus that changes people. There's this thing, and there's this other thing. And it's like, and they were written, you know, like 4 or 5 years ago, and now we're seeing some of these same things happen. Some of the sci-fi about, you know, people getting locked in and the viruses and the taking over and the people changing and all this kind of stuff, you know, it's in the sci-fi from going a ways back. I mean, to the point of the Andromeda strain. And you stop and scratch your head and go, how long have they been planning this shit? And if, for those of us who've been aware of Agenda 21 for a long time, we realized within the last 2 years that their agenda is not working like they had planned. Because for as much evil with the Flash and the Monter that are putting out there, there are the Christos and other folks who are working just as hard to keep people, humanity, from mostly getting, being died of poisoning and whatever, and the friendly skies above us, which, by the way, through the clouds and everything, I have, knock on wood, probably happen tomorrow, but there have not been any sky sprayings going on like I have seen in the past. I mean, today, going to the store and coming back and seeing off in the distance, across some of these fields and stuff where I got a better view from down at the bottom of this hill down here at the house. I need to get out more often just to be able to look at the clouds. But anyway, some of the cloud formations were absolutely gorgeous with the sun behind them and shining through. It was amazing. I would curse that I didn't have my camera. But at the same time, the clouds looked more normal than I can remember because of the way the cloud formations in the summertime down here would, thunderstorms would, gather, and which happened just a little bit to the west of us and to the north. But, there was thunder and lightning and the whole 9 yards, and we got a light sprinkle here. The grass is wet, but it really rained just west of me a little ways. It rained really hard in Coolidge, but we got there, it had already rained. We missed the shower. So, but that's normal for South Georgia. And looking at the clouds was normal, where over the last several years, they've not looked normal at all. Not the normal building and the cumulus and all that kind of stuff. They just don't look right. But today and this recently here, things look normal. I mean, in my memory, I'm like, wow, those clouds look normal. Where they kind of sort of look man-made in, a lot of other times over the years. And there was some oddness to a couple of the clouds, but in general, I was like, now this looks like summertime. What I remember, here growing up, I've been on this place like 38 years, 39 years. I bought the place in 82. So it's been, 39 years that I've owned the property, but it took me a year and a half to move onto the property. So 84 is like living here, but I've owned it for 39 years officially. So, but anyway, so having been here and watched it and everything change and all these other things, this is my life experience. And so when driving around and looking at the clouds, I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you to whoever it is that we've got normal clouds. Um, I'm, I'm literally amazed, and grateful. So, and that there were no kind of signs of any kind of chemtrail kind of stuff. The skies really look normal and have for here for a little while. So, I talked about Earth wobble at the beginning of the show. So for those of you who just kind of showed up, Katniss and folks, I got a bay window over here that I'm pointing at off camera, and where I'm facing is not quite due east. Okay, I've got the house cocked slightly. It's a solar house, passive solar, so it's set up 15 degrees off of due east. So it's cocked a little bit because I've got more sunlight in the evening than I do in the morning. So I cocked the house 15 degrees to catch more afternoon sun. So, all right. So, but over the years, the sun has came in this one window here where my outside porch that I'm working on is going to break into that. I think I'm going to be able to take that window out. But to the point, though, it won't be outside anymore. It'll be inside. But so I'm looking at the bay windows, and the last few mornings, the sun has woke me up, shining in my eyes in the wrong window in the bay windows. The sun should not be in the bay windows at this time of year at all, because we're going into the fall equinox. Okay. And which is 2 days before my birthday, the 22nd of September, usually. Sometimes it's on the 23rd, sometimes it's on the 21st, I think there was one time it actually fell on my birthday, but anyway. But so with that said, though, the sun should be coming up in this window over here, okay? Because it's not the dead of summer. So the sun coming up in the bay windows is what it would have happened in the middle of summer, okay? Because that's when the highest in the sky, it's due east. But this is pushing now the middle of August, and the sun should not be over there at all at this time of year, period. All right. It's really stretching it for it to be there in the summertime. But here's the thing, it hasn't been there until the last couple of days. So it's like I have been up with you all at sunrise and stuff, and the sun's come up and blah blah blah, but not through those two windows. It's come up further to my right, which is where it should be this time of year. But the last couple of days, and Jupiter and Saturn were both lower in the sky tonight than I observed a couple of nights ago. Was much higher in the sky. So, if folks want to tell you that no, there ain't no earth wobble, simple observations are telling me, oh, hell yeah. And it's for whatever way it's a wobbling, it's really wobbling for the sun to show up over here in like in a 2-day period, you know, uh, whether I don't know whether or not I'll be awake at sunrise this morning or not, but the idea it was so bright coming through there, and there's a lot of stuff in the way, trees and a trailer, and it's difficult for light to come through that far window that should not be getting sunlight like that, not direct sunlight. So for it to be coming through the house and waking me up over here is like, that's really odd and strange. So but anyway, are things changing? Yeah. Can I do anything about it? No. Why? Because the earth is wobbling and whatever it is, but UK sky had been white most of August. Really, Katniss. Do I watch Taboo? Are you talking to me, Roman? Taboo? I think I have watched something about Taboo. I'm not quite certain, Roman. Maybe. There are things that I have watched over the last couple of years, and I look at it and go, did I watch that? And halfway through the movie, the pop ups have been rain bombs. So almost here for 3 hours, well, 3.5 hours. And it has been lovely. It's almost 3 o'clock in the AM morning time. It's been delightful to pull cards for y'all. If I will offer one more time, that's interesting. Porcupine. Porcupine is supposed to be the Knoll clan coat of arms, the porcupine, and it kind of fits. Porcupine won't mess with anything until you mess with it, and then you'll get stung. And that's basically how a lot of my family are. If you mess with this, you know, be careful. But if you don't, if you don't mess with this and leave us alone, we're fine. We won't stick you. We're docile human beings, kind of thing. Yeah, porcupine. Yeah, and there's a story that I did with porcupine, and it's a really funny story that I did with puppets, and kids and folks always got a big kick out of it. But anyway, so I'm gonna light some more sage and fill my bowl back up and sit here and have a chat with y'all. Now, what I was going to say was, my energy is still okay. If anybody that just showed up wants me to pull a card, speak now or forever hold your peace. This time around, I still got enough energy. I can pull a card or two. Um, and am still willing, since this is what I'm doing for this video. So the interesting thing for me with all these different energies going around is because of the brain trauma and the brain injuries that I've had and all the chemicals and so forth and all that, is how it has affected me personally. In that, like the other day I was talking about an hour ago, and I said, I had the shakes and I was being jittery and I couldn't focus. So I used the word focus to try to stay in focus because everything was not being in focus. It was nuts. And it felt like some kind of, in my old days, it felt like some kind of a panic attack. And I knew it wasn't, but at the same time, I couldn't focus on anything. So a lot of us are feeling different things. Now, I can't say, Mel, I pulled a card for Mel way back when, didn't I, Mel? I think when you went to sleep, I pulled a card for Mel. Barry, I'm picking on you, but I'm pretty sure I did a reading for Mel. Yeah, way back. Yeah, Barry, I don't know what you're smoking, but it must be pretty damn good. That's all I got to say. We love you, brother. Oh, it's good that we can get together and laugh, honestly. I love it. I do. And I always consider you all my friends. And the more we hang out together, you just seem to be more like, we seem to be more like friends or whatever. And we can hang out and with each other. Not, I honestly, I find that very, very, oh God, here's a nasty cliche. I find it heartwarming. But I mean it. I find it heartwarming in that it's like there are so many people in the world who, always talk about negative things. And I know I'm the impetus for some of this, in that, we can talk about those negative things, but let's find the positive. We got to find a positive outcome. We can't keep living in this negative world. It is not going to work, right? So, but here's the other thing, it's not as negative as some people are claiming that it is, but it's trying to affect us all. My friends that come over and see me once or twice a month came by the other day, and we were chatting and how's school. And oh, Miss Emma, she is a beautiful young lady, and boy, she's going to be a heartbreaker to some kids, some boys out there, or women. I don't think she's into girls, but anyway. Um, whether she is or isn't, but she's gonna be a heartthrob to somebody, is my point. But anyway, she's very intelligent, very much aware, and as a lot of her kids her age in quote the rural public schools down here in the South, they're a whole lot more aware than other people, try to give them credit. And they're like, no, you ain't sticking me with that. No, I'm sorry, but no, my mama says, and no, and and like I have said previously a year ago, I said, and have other times too, some of these country women have guns and they know how to use them. And if you're talking about messing with their child, they will whoop out that gun. You hear me? And so, not to say that they want to go into some kind of armed, but no, they're that serious. You ain't messing with my child. And so, um, whatever it takes, they're not going to put up with it. So I find that encouraging, in that regardless of what we see on the news, oh, well, this neighborhood here and this is over here, that's what the whole planet's like. In places, it's true, but not everywhere is like that. So I just don't see it, you know. Purple something. But anyway, yeah, this is some kind of I don't know. It's a lizard. I'm kidding. Uh, some kind of lime something ish kind of something. Now, for me, reading these cards tonight, now I know I've talked about, you know, folks doing tarot and doing, horoscopes and tomorrow's going to be and all this other kind of stuff. But it's just like, I used to be very into that. And in my spiritual journey, they were like, it's like they're planting stuff in your head. Read it the day after it happened. You know, you want to know if your horoscope was right? Check it. Read today's tomorrow. Don't look at it today. Or, next week, Libra is going to be like this. And Dragon Libra and Water Dragon Libra and, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, okay. But then after reading that, I was like, I think it's because for myself, for many years, I wanted to know the future. And then when I got the future, I was like, this shit sucks. I don't want to know the future because when they show you the future and then it happens, and they showed you other future events and then they happen, and some more future events and then they happen, then you go, I don't want to know. I really don't. Well, now here's the thing for myself. If something harmful is coming my way or to a dear one or loved one, warn me if there's any way. Um, but as far as like wanting to know what the world's going to be and all that, many of you have heard me uh, discuss the vision of the Braves on horseback and the conversation with grandfather and that whole thing. And in a lot of ways, some of that's been happening. The visions I had, several years ago now, about 4 years ago, I guess it has been now, close, when I was doing a Google search and I was down in Guatemala and looking at a volcano in a place. And that same several hours later, that volcano went off. And, you know, I could hear all them people sizzling and dying, and it was horrible. And so, this idea of, yeah, I want to be able to see the future, you should be very careful what you ask for. Well, I want to be able to do this. Really? What I've learned is that I wish to be aware. So I'm aware of situations. I'm aware of situations that might affect me. Okay. I'm aware of my property tax. I'm aware that I'm going to have to buy my, uh, vehicle tag, buy my tag here starting in a couple of weeks, which I've got the money, but to the point, all my tags are due. And so it's like, all right, so it's coming up. I'm going to have to go to town. Going to have to go to the tag thing. I'm going to have to do these. It's okay. It's what you have to do to get by, right? I just paid for my insurance for 6 months, and that was $230. Actually, I think it was 225. But anyway, saved a few bucks. But to the point, okay, my insurance is paid up now for the next 6 months, so that's part of the got to play the game. And so there are certain things I got to play the game. I keep aware of what's going on. I keep, all right. So, but how does it affect me? Now, it might not affect me now, but the older I get, and I'm not out working and driving and doing a bunch of stuff, some of these things might not ever affect me now in my present situation, but it can affect my friends. It can affect my younger relatives and other things. So it can affect other people that I know, but maybe not me. So being older now, I can see where older people didn't have to worry about the same things I did in trying to, keep an income and all this other stuff. So I've got money saved up because I haven't been spending any money. And someone said, well, that's because of COVID. That's because of the lockdown. Only partially. It's because I realized that I had enough junk. I ain't buying nothing else, right? I just, I'm getting rid of stuff. And so, in not buying things, oh, I love to buy tools, and always wanted one of those, and I should get me, and yeah. So, and it helped that the government sent me, those extra checks, but they cheated me out of a lot of money too over the years. But to my point, so, but I have saved that money. I haven't spent it, even after have spending $1,000 on vacation, which is for me that's a lot of money. But I've spent it. I don't regret it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so of course I bought a $300 camera and some other stuff. I mean, but in the whole of it, I spent $1,000. Not that the vacation did. But the idea though that I still have, quite a few bucks in the bank. And every time I go to town, I withdraw money. So I have money here and it's not always in the bank. So, I've got some money stashed here at the house. I'm an old carny. It's, having it in the bank is one thing, but being able to put your two hands on some money and go do something, go buy something, whatever it is, right? And with hurricane season and what happened several years ago, it's like I've got $50 worth of ones, and I've got some fives, and I've got some tens, and I've got some 20s. And as an old carny, I always kept change. And when I went and did puppet shows and I sold puppets and CDs and stuff, I always had change. But when the lights went down in town, they were using an adding machine and could sell stuff, but because the power was out, they could use a calculator, right? They you could pay with money, change, dollar bills. So if anything happens, I've got some money in dollar bills. If for whatever reason I can't get the money out of the bank, so am I afraid of it? No, but if the situation comes up, I got it. So, and that's from experience, right? So, and luckily enough, after these last few years and the extra money and so forth, I've got some money put away where I wasn't able to. But I learned also when talking with my friend, I said, I've learned there are a lot of things that I thought that I needed. And I realized they were all these things that I was spending money on were things that I wanted, not that I needed them. And so when I crossed that paradigm, and there are still times that I come across something and I go, Hawkeye, you don't need that. Yeah, but I really want it. Yeah, but do you need it? That's not the point. You've got all this other stuff I'm trying to deal with. You're going to buy something that you want, but you don't need it at the time. Let's not go there. So, so $10 here, $20 there over a year or two's time adds up to several $100s. So for not buying this or not doing this every month, or, I have saved that money, which now, I say it's at my leisure, but uh, if I want to rent a car and go do something, because I don't really like flying these days, but I'm not afraid of flying. I just don't like the airports. But to be able to rent a car and go up and see my relatives, because I don't have anybody to take care of Ducker. So he's going to, if I go up and go ice fishing, he's going to have to go with me. that he's just going to have to go. I got some warm jammies I can put on him, but he's going ice fishing too. That's just how that's going to go. Or, I might be able to find somebody down here that'll keep him for a couple of weeks, like Ron and Kenneth, that kept him for me this last. That's who they gave me Duggar. I adopted it from them. So, he can go back and stay with them for a couple of weeks if I were to go on a vacation in the winter time. But to the point though, Uh, and then I realized that a friend of mine's got a vehicle that I could buy for $2,500, and I've got the money saved up so I could pay him cash. Well, almost. I mean, I don't have $2,500 at my house, but to the point, I could get $2,500 and give him cash and have a vehicle that's running. It's a four-door pickup truck kind of deal. It's a lot bigger than my truck. It would haul my trailer and all my camping gear without any problem, and so it's bigger. It's got other stuff. It's a little newer. Yeah, it's got a lot of miles on it, but it for me and the amount of miles that I travel, I could, this truck could last me 5, 6 years easy if I took care of it. And so for $2,600, $2,500 to rent a vehicle a couple of times, or um, I could buy another vehicle that I could still use and then still get my other pickup. So my point in this is that you don't never know when things will change. So you think, well, it's going to go this way. I thought I was going to get that Jeep. That didn't happen. But I talked to my friend who showed up the other day and he still has the truck. And he goes, yeah, I'm still thinking about it. And I said, he goes, I told the guy I wasn't going to sell it to him. So that's out. So if he sells it, he's decided to sell it to me. So, and right now he's going through some changes and he needs a truck right now. Not a problem. But and why am I talking about this is because you never know from one day to the next what's going to change. So all you can do is be prepared and have whatever it is you need. Well, if something happens, and if I have, well, I've saved up this money, I can do this. And in my understanding and foresight of how I want to go visit my relatives and so forth. So in this discussion about this that I've talked about before, is to looking at the different angles of it. Well, should I buy another vehicle? I got two of them sitting in the yard. Well, I fix one. Okay, because of all these other things. So, but looking at the different angles of it and where on it lies this way or that, there are options. And I could choose not to get his truck and maybe look for something else. I still want to fix my pickup. And knock on wood, she went to town and rode just fine. And anyway, um, so in that respect, knock on wood. Um, but I do want to be able to travel. I would love to come see you all. I'd love to come out to Louisiana. I really want to go back out to Arkansas, and I want to go back to the Buffalo River. I want to be able to go back down to the Indian cave thing at Buffalo Point there at on the Buffalo River. Such a spiritual place that is. I got the name wrong, but um, anyway, I really want to go back there before I get too old, But my current vehicle, I'm not so sure I could make it there and back. But another vehicle, something like that, it would be worth the money for me to spend it. Whether it and if it got me there and back, I'd be tickled. Any other, you know. So you have to look at things practically. Like, well, I don't know, that's a lot of money, but if you break it down by the mile, and if you look at it from this point, and if you look at your other options, and maybe that might be the best deal. When in some ways it might seem outlandish, like you're going to pay 2,600 bucks for a vehicle. Yeah, why not? Because if I want to rent one for a couple of trips to Ohio or do something, I'm going to spend that much money in rental and I ain't going to have nothing. So why not if I've got a good deal and I could, buy it from a friend and that kind of thing? Why not? It'd be $2,600 and I would have something at the end of it, a truck that I could go on another trip, a truck I could come visit some of you folks. But anyway, they have like 23. What is moringa tea? A lot of things start in the gut. I don't know about everything, but a lot of stuff. I would agree with that. Yep. So anyway, we're coming up on another 20. Maverick, are you on the West Coast? If I'm trying to remember myself, I think. You're in BC. Okay, somebody else I'm thinking is further south. Okay, at least I got the right coast. From coast to coast. All right, so it's 3:19 here in the morning time on All Night Radio with Hawkeye Two Feathers and Friends. I could, Brandy. It's possible. There's some weird things that grow here, but I know there's been a really odd. Well, and driving around, I'm really proud of the farmers around here that how they're taking care of their fields and so forth. Some of the local farmers are using the I've talked about it before, this bedding system, right? And they've got a special tractor device that does it, and it puts down a water tube with holes in it under the ground, and it puts this plastic kind of sort of bed sheeting over the top of the bed, and the beds are about yay wide kind of thing. And then they come back in and put the plants in or the seeds or whatever it is that grows up through that. It keeps the weeds down. They don't have to use any herbicides. They put the pipe underneath the plants. The plants get watered instead of overhead and all this extra water. They've cut down a bunch, like 65 to 70% on their water usage. The plants grow better. There are no weeds without pesticides. It's cost effective. Yes, every time they plant, they have to dig up the plastic and stuff, but it can be recycled. So it's not like it's totally useless, but considering the thousands and millions of gallons of herbicides that are not in our rivers now, because they're using these bed methods, the amount of water because of all the drought conditions we've had. So my point is, there are people who are bitching about not having any water, like I was talking about them folks out west around in the desert, with 6 inches of water in the corn rows, and talking about, well, you don't have enough water. Listen, folks around here went through droughts. We didn't have any water, and they figured out a way to do it, and they're very productive. They have beautiful crops. And I'm proud of these folks because they've taken another step. So this idea that we're all running out of food and there's all this and stuff, coming down my road, I looked on both sides of the road. There are three neighbors, like on, a quarter mile up the road, that like there's 15, 20 cows on one side and there's 20, 30 cows on the other. If the shit ever hits the fan, I'm going to go become neighbors with them folk, because when they cut up a cow, there's going to be some extras. I'll take the fatty parts. I don't have to have a steak. I want part of that stuff. I just want to make stew for some flavor. You know what I mean? So, but this idea that there ain't no food, all these chickens and all, regardless of the wildlife. Well, it's a 20. Oh, I missed it by 2. It was, our old Providence is still on fire. We have been, I hate it. 124, that far north. See, and for what you say there, Maverick, I feel like the earth has kind of tilted, in its wobble. It's tilted. So, because it's been cooler down here in the south, where, we're used to 95, 98, 100 degrees in the summertime, this time of year. And it was in the 80s the other day. It was 92. Now, today outside, it was no clouds and everything, but it's summertime It's August. It was 94, but it wasn't too bad. I was like, it's 94, but it's not too bad. So, but that's like normal. But, it should be hotter. And I'm not trying to make it hotter, don't get me wrong. But, previous years have said this time of year, it's 100 because of the 3 days I spent on the river and the thingy. And, it was 100 degrees in the shade and plus the misery factor. It was like 120 in the misery factor. It was horrible. So the fact that it's only 94 and humidity is like 80% at 75, not too bad. So, but I absolutely believe, and it's not so much about the magnetic north as it is the centrifugal weight of the planet, because the lava underneath, we got volcanoes going off. The Sandwich Islands had that big earthquake. There's earthquakes going off. There's stuff under the planet that the plates are riding on that's moving. And any spinning object, you get it a little out around and it starts to wobble up this way. I honestly don't believe, I could be wrong with this, that the planet could flip because of centrifugal force. There would have to be a bunch of stuff for us to flip. Magnetic pole shift, absolutely, that could happen. But the planet flipping up over, no. But is the planet wobbling? Yeah, because I can see the sun through that window. I have testimony. You damn right it's wobbling. But it went back around. And maybe I should stay up all night and see where the sun comes up through the windows in the morning. But to the point, it wasn't there a couple of days earlier, but it was there for 2-3 days. Um, I'm assuming I saw it one day. It was cloudy the next morning, and then on the third day, it came through the window again. So I'm assuming that it was still basically in the same location for 3 days versus wobbling back, and then you know what I mean. So, but to that point though, with the clouds looking more normal and stuff, I mean, it's just kind of odd in a way, in a good way, that things kind of sort of look normal. It's almost like somebody traded. It's almost like I woke up, you know, it's almost like I've been living on this fake planet for a while, where you went outside day or night and you could see them spraying the skies. Now I go out and I look at the clouds and they look like real clouds. When I was up in the mountains and so forth, in Kentucky and Tennessee, the clouds looked like real clouds. I mean, and sometimes they looked a little weird, like early in the morning they would spray. And instead of dissipating, it was almost like these clouds coalesced together and they just hung there. They didn't move. They just hung there. I mean, we'd drive, for 30 minutes and I'd be looking out the window and noticing, I would change position, from the mountain to the cloud, but the clouds and everything in the valley, they didn't move. They were, nothing was pushing them. And you'd go outside and there'd be a slight breeze, but the clouds just hung there. They were pretty, but they weren't morphing and doing this thing like I saw today normally because of natural convection. So the clouds I saw, especially in Kentucky and some places, was really odd. They were there, but it was odd. So whatever is going on, though, but the constant spraying, the intensity of the spraying that had been going on, I just have not seen that evidence. But have I seen evidence of the planet having wobbled again? Yep. So I think that there are scientists who know, like how much, because there was some information that, because if the planet shifts 10, 15 degrees and we're wobbling, that's going to make the GPS be wrong. Satellites ain't wobbling along with it, you know. So we've got this wobble ball going on down here, the spinning top. that's got that wobble going on. So it's going, So, but the idea though that so if we get too much out of whack, how far will we wobble? And weevils wobble, but they don't fall down. So I think we're going to continue for the next several years of whatever the intensity is coming from the sun, the galaxy, a lot of cosmic stuff, a lot of other interference too, by the way. But that we're going to be wobbling for a couple of years. We just need to hang on. And for folks who are near some bad places, if this ain't telling you to get the fudge out, and if you can't, jobs and whatever, I understand, but if there's any way, this is Mother Earth's warning to mankind. If you live underneath one of my volcanoes, that's your fault. Period. If you live around one of my volcanoes, that's your fault, not mine. I didn't tell you to move there. Okay. You can see the volcano. It's belching fire and smoke and sometimes lava, but you want to build around it anyway. Okay, dumbass, you know. Okay, mankind, how smart are you? Well, let's build out into the ocean so when a hurricane comes, it'll be devastating. Well, how about okay. So there are some things that human beings have done, have continued to do out of, I don't know, out of arrogance, out of sheer stupidity, out of, they don't give a flip about the rest of the planet or us or nothing. And that's so true in so many ways, like all the chicken houses around here and how much the poo ends up in the rivers and the watershed and so forth. So for me, with what they're spreading and holding around here with all this extra rain, this extra rain is actually cleaning out some of these areas, and is bringing it's the higher water is there's more oxygen in the water because of its tumbling and moving versus being low and stagnant and collecting all this stuff. Because this time of year down there where I normally put in, there's a portion of the lake that doesn't get much circulation at all, especially in the summertime. And there is this green scum that grows on it. It's horrible. Don't even want to go over near it. It's so nasty in the summertime. And that the whole lake turns this sort of murky, greenish yuckiness to it from the algae and stuff from the heat and all the chicken manure and all the stuff that's in the water. But this year, see, the water's like at 9 foot and flowing through areas that don't normally flow through. So it's cleaning out some spots. So is Uncle Dave pissed about the water? No. I'm pissed off a little bit about the height of the water because, it's a little high. But, after having been down the river, it's not dangerous. But to the point of the wobbling of the planet. So we've got more water down here this year than we've had before. So doesn't that add some weight? Every gallon of water is 7.2 pounds. Okay. So, or, rounded up to 8. I think it's more than 7 anyway. But so you usually use 8 as the factor, knowing it's a little more. I mean, it's a little less than 8 pounds. But so 8 pounds per gallon, 10 pounds is, 10 gallons is 80 pounds. So 100 gallons is 800 pounds. Okay. So when you start looking at 100 gallons, okay, so when I look at the rivers and they give you the flow charts, so there are thousands of gallons moving per second at at okay, at 7 pounds per gallon. How much force that is per second that's going through the rivers right now around here. So it's like, talk about it, getting an enema. But there are other places out west that are drying out. And what a weather change has been, because there are times when it was more wetter there. But to the point, I remember years ago when the Okefenokee swamp caught on fire. And you say, how in the hell could a swamp catch on fire? It was so smoky down here and around here, you could not go outside. It would gag you. You didn't matter whether you put on a mask or not, it would gag you. The smoke was so thick. And then the smoke in the morning turned to fog and the thing, and for weeks down here all you could smell was like it was like in the wintertime we all burn off down here. We do selective burning and all that kind of thing, keep the weeds down and keeps the forest being burned up and so forth, unlike them dumbasses out west who haven't burned for years. So some of these wildfires are man-made in the fact that they have uh, poor maintenance of known forestry practices like contained burning and stuff like that. I mean, it's just like, and several of the states out west have not been following standard forestry practices. And so, and the forests are burning and the thing and all this other stuff, it's their fault. The forest management areas out there suck. And Mississippi and Alabama and Florida, and we used to have wildfires. Georgia, all these planted pines and everything. Sweet Georgia pines, and Mississippi and Alabama both. There's a lot of wood that's grown. The pine from the yellow pine and so forth. And so big business. And, but with that big business and all these trees, they know how to do, selective burning and to keep the undergrowth down and to stop forest fires. We haven't had any kind of forest fire in years, but California out there, because of bad forestry practices, and they have admitted this, but to the point. So, but the West is on fire. Yeah, and it's their own goddamn fault. I'm sorry to the people out there. I really and truly am. But it's nature's way of evening things out. It just, sorry, but that's the way it is. And I know there are people suffering. I know what it's like when it's around here and everybody's burning in the wintertime. And I remember weeks of the swamp burning, and it and it just clung in the air down here. um I'm due west of the Okefenokee. I mean, like, due west of the Okefenokee. Yeah, not even too far north. I mean, due west of the Okefenokee. And that the smell and the forest fires and everything lingered for a while. It was nasty. It was hard to believe that a fire on the other side of the state was having as much effect as it did around here. It was amazing. So I get it. Have lived it, seen it, but over the years of all the things like the southern states, like in the forestry practices down in Florida, and having lived in Florida and Florida being so close, and being close to Alabama and seeing how they take care of their forests, we do not have the issues that we used to have because of the subscribe burning and what they do for forestry. Okay. So, them folks out west, I'm sorry, but the people who have been in charge of the forestry system and so forth are a bunch of dumbasses. There are trees that have died and stuff that have been down that should have been cut. People should have been able to go out there and get free firewood. They should have put prisoners to work on details. If you go out and cut trees and help us do this, we'll give you 4 days for every day that you work off your sentence. That's what they used to do in the old days. So it's like, we're not going to put you on the chain gang. We are, but we're going to give you the opportunity if you work. So for every 1 day that you work, you're actually going to get 4, simply because you volunteered and you go out and work. Yes, okay. So why not? There are people who would do that. There are people who would take it gladly. And when I was in prison, I would have gladly went out and worked. And in fact, I did when I was in jail for something else. And by the way, there was another big red tide that came into Tampa Bay, which is interesting because the year I left Tampa, they had a big um, red tide. And as being in jail, in the county jail, I got 4 days for every day that I went out and shoveled dead fish off the beaches and from around um, okay, the Bayshore Boulevard and out by MacDill Air Force Base. And down there was dead fish everywhere. It smelled bad, real bad. And but for I'm gonna go shovel dead fish for the day. I'm outside. I'm not even actually in prison, but I'm gonna get 4 days for shoveling fish. You betcha. So as long as we were needed to shovel fish, so in 3 days' time, I had I had accrued 12 days. So 4, 8, 12. So in 3 days of working, I made up 12 days on a 30-day sentence. So that's a good deal, right? I'll go back out and shovel, dead fish. So, but to my point, there's incentive that people would accept for whatever incarceration or whatever in lieu of paying a fine. But in California and so forth out west, where the forestry department the state should have taken better care. And I'm sorry, but Mother Nature is saying, you know, you should have learned because there are other parts like other parts of the planet. And when we were in a drought, we were in extreme fire conditions and we had some little skirmishes and a couple things here and there, but 100 acres, maybe, 50 acres, yeah, 25 acres, okay, 25 acres burned in a blah, blah, blah that got something, okay, in the middle of a drought. But they're like stuff out, but we don't have stuff like that anymore down here because of the forestry practices. I studied forestry, so I know about this. So, but anyway, and hearing about the burning and the fires and everything out there, and I've also done some research into like the forestry practices. And in some cases, it's been 20 years since some of these places have ever had any kind of prescribed burnings or even any fire breaks put in on the place or anything like that. And it's just like, wow, well, we don't consider we can't, the state can't spend that money on something like that. Well, then when the state burns, literally, people go, well, we should have spent some money. We should have done something about it. Yeah, you dumbasses. Between your politicians and people locally, I mean, there are people around here that burn their own property, okay? And the plantations burn their own property. They don't have to be told, okay? They know that if they don't want their forest to burn, they're going to do prescribed burnings. They're going to take care of their property. The state, at many times, if you don't have the equipment, will come and put in um, um, oh, I always forget, the fire breaks. They'll come in with a tractor and a plow and put in fire breaks around your place if it's accessible for nothing because they would rather send somebody out with a tractor and a plow and make sure that all these properties had their own fire breaks. And if a fire broke out, it would only go so far, it would be containable. And all these last 40 plus years that I've lived in Georgia, not just here, but lived in Georgia, we've not had a major fire. So, in that, are you really awake? I don't know. Fish for chips. Let's go build a community on that floating ocean trash ball. Yeah, and we can still claim sovereignty. It's hard to live on the water, Brandy. They shot the McVeighs. Yeah, they sure did. And remember up there for not only the McVeighs, but the folks down in Texas, the Klan folks, David Koresh and them. But also when they shot Lavoy Finicum, up there, with that Malheur, wildlife thing and that standoff up there. And, I mean, they shot him in cold blood. They killed him outright dead. And, there was a girl in the back seat that was calling to one of her friends and recorded the whole thing. You could hear the gun, you could hear the bullets hit the car, and they were down on the floor, trying to give themselves up, right? And them FBI's and state troopers and all. I don't know whatever really finally come out of that, but you know, um, shoot first and ask questions later. Whatever it is, there's a dozen of you and one of him. So what are you going to do? And he gets out of the car with his hands up, and they start shooting. It's just like, that's just nuts. But so anyway, so much for, American privacy and the right to bear arms and all this other kind of stuff, and it's what the government says. But here's the thing. Notice it was out west. We haven't had those kinds of things, knock on wood, down here in the South. There have been instances, but not like kind of out west. Don't know what it is about the other side of the Mississippi. But having lived over here and then you go over yonder on the other side, things are just different on the other side of Mississippi. Don't know what it is, but things are different. I'm just saying. But anyway, in this chain of life and stuff, um, having had helicopters fly over me with a high powered rifle pointed at me, because I had 6 or maybe 8 marijuana plants in, plastic buckets. They were going to shoot me, you know, and take me down, which they did. They come flying out of the bushes and, ended up in an ant bed and, and all this weird stuff. But, so I've been on that end of having, my rights, you know, deprived, and having the Georgia Bureau of Investigation crash my house and fly over with a helicopter and, and chase me down. Been there, done that. And now I know what the Vietnamese felt like too when the helicopters were over their heads. And oh my God, helicopter flew over the kind of sort of the property a little bit to the south today. That mofo made so much noise sitting in here in the house, had something on the TV, whatever it was listening to something, and heard this noise and the ground was shaking. I went outside with Duggar and looked up, and here's this chopper coming in from Alabama. I don't know, maybe 1,000, 1,500 feet up. Noisy as hell. I mean, just so much for sneaking up on somebody. I don't know, you can hear them coming from 10 miles away. It was unbelievable. Brandy, we need to make a safe community. Here's the thing, and I don't mean to condemn anybody because, like, I'm down here on my property. It's safe only until they say it ain't safe. Okay. Or they point their finger at you and say, you're not safe anymore. So you're never really truly safe from them. Okay. But what I've learned, and many of my friends, my next door neighbors are part, is that, you learn to live where you live and keep your head down. You know, you don't make a lot of commotion. Now, I wasn't trying to raise any suspicion when I was, when that helicopter spotted my little bit of marijuana. But the fact that they would want to shoot me over 8 marijuana plants is just like nuts in and of itself. A drought year, didn't even have enough water to keep them alive. It was pathetic. But so, no, we should not stay divided. But see, that's why I do these videos. We are together, regardless of where we live. We're not apart, okay? But to the point though, so down here, I continue to invite folks, come and visit or whatever, It's a mess right now, but it's getting better. And it's been a mess for a while, I understand, but now I really see it through different eyes. But anyway, um, motivation and timing and weather permitting, for me, it's getting better. And how fast it is, well, but here's the thing: for every time my friends come and visit, they go, "Wow, I can tell you've been. It's getting better. You've cleaned up. It's good to see that I'm not letting things go, that I'm actually making headway or trying to keep up." Now, I still believe that small communities are good, but if you run out of whatever the local concern is, you're at the mercy of them folk, regardless of where you live. Okay. So I'm minding my own business down here on this end of the county, but the county commissioners make a law. So because I live in this county, I'm now subject to that law. Whether it's a good law, bad law, or not, that's not the point. I'm now subject to that law. Okay. And I have fought with them over the county tax for the you have to pay so much for garbage pickup, and we had this thing anyway. It's a long story years ago, but they almost got my property over it because I was trying to, there was a case in court, and when it got through, it was like, nope, they did this legally. So whatever they say you owe it now, right now. And I didn't have the money, and they said, okay, you don't have the money right now. After that court case went to court, you owe it right now. And they gave me like 10 days, and I still didn't have the money. And then they had the sheriff come out here and pin a notice on my door that, my property would be sold in 30 days. At the next at Courthouse Square, that auction it off for whatever money was owed, right? Plus the fee and plus the this. So what was $400 or $500 turned out to be $800 or $900. And I had friends come to my aid and help me out with that, and God bless them all. They just came out of the woodwork, and I'm still grateful to them to this day. And what I learned from that was I will never get myself in that situation again. So I've been saving money, and so if something similar like that happens now, I can take care of it. But to the other point, I was trying to fight the government, and they won. I fought the law, but the law won. So I still believe in humanity, and I still keep talking to people. And so wherever you're at, we can't all live here. There's a lot of space down here in South Georgia, but to the point, wherever we are, we're subject to the local whatever. You're subject to the state. You're subject to the federal. You're subject to the aliens fucking flying in the atmosphere doing whatever they're doing, right? So no matter where we go, and this isn't to be depressed, mind you, okay? Because what's important is those of us who can get together in groups and share and, whatever. We may not live on the same property, but it might be close enough for you to go to visit or to go help. That because there are certain communities down here. There's the Cherokee tribal place over near Jacksonville, but in Georgia. I can't never remember the name of the little town, but it's in the little dip in Georgia where you look at the map. There's this dip where Georgia goes down into Florida. In that area right there, there's a Cherokee. Well, down here in K Road, there's the Tama tribe. There's an Indian community down there, and they all work together as this community there. Now they don't do enough growing and gardening and stuff. I was disappointed. you know they live together and they do stuff, and in their community. But I was like, where's y'all's garden at? Where's y'all's solar stuff? Where's y'all's this and that? They're just people living together in trailers and stuff. Now they're minimized, they're down to the earth people, but to the point though, but they're not utilizing simple stuff. Where's your garden? Where's your community garden? There's 25 families living here. You don't have a garden? Somebody between y'all, you couldn't come up with a tractor or something? Y'all couldn't get out here and literally, have a hoe down and plant some stuff? I mean, where's your maize? Where's your corn? Where's your herbs? I'm very disappointed in that respect. Now, the folks over, at the Cherokee place, they're like about 6 inches above sea level. I mean, literally, they're just barely above sea level. And it's inland a ways, but because of the Okefenokee swamp and stuff, they're, in places they ain't but about a foot above sea level, and the water in the swamp around. Okay. So it's not the same opportunity these folks have down here. So even these communities of people who get together, they're not working together in ways they really ought to be working together. You know what I mean? I'm disappointed, and they have the resources. That's the interesting part about it. They have the resources, but it don't seem to be that they're using them. Anyway, there are folks who are getting together and who do, and I applaud them. For a couple of years ago, when my brother first moved up from Jacksonville, this has been like in the 90s. He moved his trailer up here and then abandoned it, and it's rotting on all over the place. Now I got to take care of it, along with all this other stuff that other people left here over the years, to make my place look crappy, and it's all their goddamn shit. But there's my brother and a friend of his, and between the three of us, we had some stuff going on. I mean, between the three of us, we had enough money. We all pitched in, and we ate well. We I made certain things. My brother Danny made certain things. We'd had stir fry. We had, and we worked on the well. We worked on the property. We were working on the river. We were doing stuff. We'd go fishing. And for about 2 years, things was really hunky dory. And then shit changed. And so for a while, we weren't necessarily self sufficient because we were going through droughts. We were having issues with water, but we were working on digging the well out, and we did this, we made improvements. So we were working on stuff. You know what I mean? But then things changed, and then it all fell apart. And now all I have is their junk that's left behind that I still have to deal with somehow. And I can see why one of the neighbors they had a trailer they couldn't get rid of, and they just set the damn thing on fire. They just, oop, it caught on fire. Whoops. And the local, volunteer fire department about 2 miles up the road, was here in about 10 minutes, and they just kept other stuff from burning. They just let it burn down because what was it going to save? Yeah, too bad it couldn't be fixed. Yep. But to the point, there are a lot of opportunities, and I've known people over the years. They were like, I said, look, you can come live here for free. I don't want any rent or anything. Now, if you want to, but the deal is, but you must contribute to whatever it is. Um, so the idea is, and we'll write it into the contract that as long as you maintain this and blah 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 blah, then you can stay here. Um, but to have not necessarily a commune, but a commune, right? No, there were quite a few people that were staying here at one time, but nobody wanted to work in the garden. Nobody wanted to go out and pull weeds. Nobody wanted to go out and help dig a well. Nobody wanted to go do these other things. They all wanted to go, well, that's too hard. That works too hard. Or that's, something, something, or blah, 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 blah. Well, duh, this is life, you know. I've been here all these years. I've done all this gardening. I've done all these things and blah, 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 blah. Duh, I'm still here. And, I don't do as much as some things as others, but I'm a lot older. But to the point, it could be worked out. It could be maintained better. There are still all these options, but, give it to someone. Here, you need a place to stay? Okay. Make of it what you will. Oh, it's too hard. You mean you want me to use a hoe and pull weeds? Yeah, that's I do. It's still at my age. That's what's got to be done. Oh, well, I don't know. That's such hard work. Pansy, you would never make it. Some of these people are going to die of fright because the work's too hard. They have not a clue what it takes. Well, we'll just do a garden. Okay, then get your ass out there. Well, I'm going to do a raised bed, but what if that don't work? Well, what do you mean? Well, around here we have moles. We have, one of the nasty things is like you make a raised bed, ants will find it no matter what you do to them, some bitches. They're going to get inside that raised whatever you got. And not for me, not liking poisons and stuff. I don't want to put out ant poison and stuff. But then other things will get in, and then you got the bug factor, and then you got they're raised beds, yeah. But you've got all this other stuff, you know. So what I've been, I continue to want to do this, in that I have area enough, and if I were to dig the wells that I've already started and stuff, grow it in greenhouses more efficiently, control bugs, control the water. You can grow at night if you need to. And ants are horrible. They have gotten in over here in the kitchen. They were out here marching across my floor in the living room, and I I'm cleaning out underneath both sides of the house over here. And if I'm going to move my kitchen, which I want to, then I have got to condense what's in my kitchen because it all ain't going to fit down here. And I've got too much stuff that I haven't in the last 2 or 3 years. I have never touched. I've got baking sheets and pans and stuff, that I have not touched. Now, will I get rid of it all? No. But all the stuff that I haven't touched in the last 2 or 3 years is out of here, one way or the other. I obviously can cook and bake and do whatever I need to, and I don't want to throw this other stuff out because it's still good stuff. It's, goes in this oven and, but it's too much for me. And it's taking too much space up. And if I'm going to move the kitchen down here, then I can't take all that in there. It won't fit. So, but the kitchen used to be down here, but it was a lot more condensed and whatever. And so I just need to go back to that, which is what I've been doing. So, but this idea though that having been here and gotten lazy over the years, where I collect stuff and blah blah blah, now in my turn of sanity and so forth, I realize I only need around me what I need, not all this stuff. Well, I might use this sometimes. Well, you ain't used it in the last 5 years. When you're going to use it? Well, I don't know, sometime. So we have to be practical, honest, and truthful with ourselves. That showed up in one of the cards earlier. And we have to be honest with ourselves and go, come on now. Yeah, but this is really cool. I got this new appliance. Okay. All right. I got this new juicer. Okay. Just eat the damn fruit. I say, and all this pulp and stuff. Well, there's all the seeds and all this over here. Okay. All right. So why don't you just eat the fruit? Well, I peel the skin off and then I take this off and then I do okay. But there's a lot of good stuff in some of them and in them layers and next to and you're going to peel all that away and you're okay. So why don't you just eat the damn fruit, like old timers did? I mean, just eat it. You know what I mean? All this pruning and juning and juicing and flusing and come on, and then all the waste what about this big old pan of crap down here? Oh, well, they don't tell you about that, right? They show the juicer, but then they don't show you the crap that's at the bottom of some of these things, right? So it's like, oh, okay, all right, well, look what the juicer does. Oh, okay, all right, God bless you. But if you just eat decent, hearty meals, and here's the other thing too that I have learned over the years, and I continue to learn. Oh, and by the way, I'm 169 pounds. I got, I forgot I had a scale that's a digital, changed the battery in it and stood on it 3 times, 169 pounds. So not quite 170. But at my age, that ain't bad. So for me, I was like, I think I want to get down to 165. But more for my own self. Just that's a good. It was a good weight back in the day, but the fact that I'm under 170, I was like, there you go, Dave. So anyway, my guess is a couple. I said I think I'm about 165, maybe 170. I was close, but anyway. Um, so, but one meal a day, and people go, "What? This food chain thing, the food pyramid, and all this other kind of crap is bullshit. We do not need 3 meals a day. We do not. Now, the meal could consist of something to eat in the morning with some juice. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But this, bacon and eggs and toast and this, and the breakfast that some people put down. Okay, so have a bowl of cereal. Ain't nothing wrong with a bowl of cereal, to get your day started. Okay. But some of the cereal, oh my God, but to the point. But then lunch and then a big supper and then a snack later on. So the pioneers ate 1 meal a day. They had a little bit of something maybe left over the night before for breakfast. They had some biscuits or, depending on how many chickens they had, which back in the day, if you didn't have many chickens, having raised chickens myself, if you got 5 or 6 chickens, but ain't 2 of them laying, you ain't getting but 2 eggs a day. So, and if you're eating eggs every day and ain't but 2 of them, and there's 4 people, then y'all ain't getting much egg. You know what I'm saying? So this idea of how easy it is to live and how easy and all the eggs and I've lived it with chickens and eggs and feed and so forth. And yeah, it can be done, but you need more than that. And they need to be laying all the time. And what about the times they ain't laying? There are times when they go fallow. You don't go kill them. Why? Because, well, they go through a little bit of mold, and every so many months they got the chickens need to take a break. So you get some, not all the same age, you get them about 6 months apart. So guess what? So when some of them go fallow for a month or so, the other ones are still laying. So but you learn this over the years. So, but people say, well, yeah, I got chickens. Okay. Well, then I got eggs. Not necessarily, you know. Are they yard chickens? Can't have yard chickens down here on the swamp because stuff eats them. That don't work. So I got cages, I got stuff. They still ate them. Okay, still had critters get in, slide in, and decimate my chicken coop. So what you had one day is gone the next. Now what do you do? So this is reality. This is what really happens in real life. And people just think, oh, it's so easy to do. Well, if you work at it, but then and then there's, and then there's godly stuff that happens, like stuff, limb falling on the chicken pen and knocking out part, which happened one year. I got a big limb that fell down and knocked my, uh, uh, gutter off the back side over here. I got to get up there and fix. But the idea, a storm comes along, a limb comes down, and something gets tore off that was perfectly fine for a while. Now all of a sudden you got to go out and fix it. A tree limb falls on the chicken coop, and the chickens don't get hurt, but it allows something to get in, and now you got to deal with that. You got to stop what you're doing, and so this thing about that. Oh yeah, I'll just raise some chickens, and I'll just do this, and I'll just do that. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm but there more of them. There are of you who will help raise the chickens, who will help to develop this, who will do these other things. Oh, we'll get a couple of goats. You ever raise goats? I have. My brother-in-law, my sister, they had quite a few goats down in Florida. Some other folks up here that have done goats. Are you sure about that? Because when them bitches get loose in the woods, you damn near just have to shoot them to get them back out of the woods. They're ornery critters and can be. Well, I just get some goats. Okay, well, I'll just get a cow. Well, okay. Do you know how much land it takes? Do you know, All these things that people are just going to, well, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'll be like the pioneers. And in my humble opinion, excuse my French, but you're going to be motherfucking dead before you know it, because you're just going to rely on what you heard, a couple of chickens and a little this and that. Bullshit. 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 Now, those of us who know a little bit, I know how tough it's going to be. I know how tough it is to do these things. And yeah, I've got some food stored up, but one of the things I have not done this year is stock up on this year's seeds. So when I go into town here this next week or so to get my tags, I'm going to stop by the feed store and get me about $20 worth of different kinds of seeds and stuff, and put those up and maintain them better than I did the last seeds. But this year, I was working on the greenhouse so much, and the footing and the floor and the concrete and everything, and I still don't have it done, but I'm a lot closer. And because I wanted to honestly try growing indoors with all these plans that I've got in my head. So it still hasn't been fulfilled, but here's the thing, I'm still working on it. In the meantime, there's so many weeds out in the garden, I can't even get to the garden. It's horrible. So, but in the 2 weeks that I was gone to Ohio, it just went wacko while I was gone. So what was maintainable became unattainable in 2 weeks' time. But there you go. But to my point, Jerry, and to other people, if there's somebody who feels that they could be compatible, and and live here and want to make this an effort, and live on the land, and there are places here that I'm looking at, that somebody got a small trailer or something, and you want to live, there are places where you could uh, um, do the tiny house thing, or the live off, be off grid kind of thing. It'd be difficult, but you could still do it. Uh, um, but it depends on where you are and what you've been raised on. And, do you like camping all the time? Because, I look at my house and how I live sometimes, and I go, I'm camping almost all the time. In certain ways, I'm just above camping, and because I'm inside and all that, but I'm just above camping to a lot of people. So, but that's okay with me, and that's part of my issue. I have tolerated this existence. Well, I still got a board that needs to go up in the kitchen. Yeah, well, yeah, and I've overlooked it, and then yeah, and now I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm like, no, before I die, I'm fixing this, and I don't intend on dying tomorrow, but that's not the point. I'm tired of this, so I've been working in the corners. I've been modifying. I've been throwing stuff away, giving stuff away. And the whole point is how can I really gauge how much I've done? Not really, because you look around and go, well, but you don't know I've moved this and that and mopped and cleaned and scrubbed. And you don't know what I did, but I do. And that's okay. Um, and it was long overdue because of the floods we had this year, and water got under the refrigerator, and mold started growing, and and it got gross, and so a hard place to get to. But here's the point. So but I made the effort, and I really cleaned it up several times, and now I'm moving other things, and I'm getting moving. I've had a lot of beans and peas and stuff given to me, dried beans, and I've got containers for them, and they've been in a paper bag. They've been this way, and I've been, I put all that stuff up now, and I don't have it in the cabinet, but I've got them in the containers. So I've made the next step. So I'm making progress, but the whole point is I haven't given up. I continue to say, well, maybe not today, but no, damn it, I'm going to spend 10 minutes and do this. You know, it's the effort we put forth. Well, I don't really feel like doing it. Yeah, you do. No, I don't. Yes, you do. You're going to spend 10 minutes every day. And so My point into all of this is that I was at a friend's house the other day, and he has given up. And when I was at his house, I was like, my place is not like this, but it's similar because I've got stuff that I haven't moved in years, and it's just, and I have become numb to the fact that it's been there, and I'm just used. No, wait, no, no, I'm better than this. No, 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 this has got to change. This has just got to change. And so, but my friend, God bless him, he's given up. It was just like I couldn't stand to be in the house because of how it smelled. And it was like, no, 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 no. My place is not like that. And it will never become like that, God forbid. But I saw how, in a way, I had leaned that away. And how when this person was here a year ago, there was so much stuff and so much things and so many, and it was overcrowded and, and I'm still throwing stuff away and getting rid of stuff. But to that basic point, though, he just gave up. It's just like he just gave up. And I've seen some other folks. He's younger than I am by 2 years, I think, but folks my age who just don't see the point. Well, why should I clean up? Well, because it doesn't have to be spotless, but that's a fucking mess. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a fucking mess, and you're better than that. And so some of the things that I have seen in my own house where I've just, kind of let it go. And it's like, no, 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 especially after visiting the rest of my family. I'm like, no. I would be embarrassed to ask them to come down here and stay in my house because there ain't no place to stay at the moment right now because, I haven't taken care of some things. And I'm just, well, we'll go out and walk around the yard. Well, I don't really want to do it today. Well, I don't have to, you know. No, I don't have to, but now I want to because if somebody, family member, whatever, wanted to come and visit, I need to finish cleaning upstairs, and there's some clothes and stuff that need to get put up, and there's some, it's not so much that there's a lot to do, but it does need to be done, and I haven't taken care of it. So it's like, so I need to follow up on these things. And it's your own personal stuff that you do. Well, do I allow this or not? And in whatever my confusion, I've been so worried about the outside, and with the rain and the heat and everything, I've been concentrating more inside. So it's like, so wait a minute. Well, I really want to do that outside, so I won't do anything. You know, why am I talking about this? It's because it's the decisions we make with ourselves. It's the how we perceive it today versus yesterday. Well, I went on vacation and came back and I said, oh my God, what a fucking mess. We're better than this. Oh my God, how did I let it get this far? And I had to go away to come back to see how bad it was. And but it still is nowhere near, even in its worst, as bad as some of my friends. I mean, stuff in the middle of the floor. It just, oh my God, the smell and the leftovers. Oh my place ain't like that. Sorry, it's not like that. I got too much stuff. There are cobwebs and things like that. There are dead roaches in the corners from where the spiders ate them and dropped their bodies. But do I have, gook and stuff? No. Mm-mm. Sorry. But to me, it's much further than I should have ever let it go. So I'm not giving up. I'm still working on it. It's still a project. So I say this in that this is my daily affirmation to myself. I'm realizing in that, I have made progress and I'm still making progress and I'm going to continue to make progress. Going back to the old Saturday Night Live where what's it called? Let's look at it in the mirror. Smiley. Anyway, I'm good and I know it and I feel good about myself. Well, but to the point though, we have to encourage ourselves and give us, um, positive. Uh, you miss canning by post lamp at 11. Me too, Cherry. Me too. My grandma do. Yeah, I've got lights and stuff outside in the garden, but then when I was gone over the vacation time and the weeds took over, oh my God, it's the worst it's been ever in a long time. But anyway, but to the point, it's too much to try to salvage now. But here in this next month, it'll be time for me to start growing greens and broccoli and cold weather stuff. I mean, for folks up north, you ain't planting this, but for us down here, we plant cabbage and collard greens and mustards and turnips and because they do well in the wintertime down here. And especially, on the really bad cold days, I've got plastic that I, put over the rows and, make turned it into hotbeds with some plastic pipe and stuff is still in my garden. But so I know how to do it. I still got remnants of things to do it, but the weeds got ahead of me this year. But anyway, but to the point though, so I've got plenty of garden space to grow a lot of stuff. If somebody just, I've offered people, look, come out once a week and work in the garden for a couple of hours worth of work once a week would do wonders to help me and to keep stuff or whatever, come out and give me 4 hours worth of work. I can dig another 10 foot in my well and have a well down here that would water the garden. I mean, volunteer, whatever, I'll buy the seed, I'll buy the fertilizer. All you got to do is come out once a week and help me. Okay. 4 hours. And whatever comes in with the garden, you get a whatever portion, So because I can't eat it all, you know. So if there's 10 squash, you can have 5, you can have 6 of them if there's 2 of you, because a couple of them is fine. But I mean, there's just certain things, right? So it's like no volunteers, Oh, if I had a place in the country, well, here's a free place. Just come out and just help me around the farm. When I didn't have a place, I did that. I knew several people that had property, and I would go out on the weekends and sometimes camp, and and we'd have cookouts. So I'd help them in the garden. We'd do work in the pastures, whatever it was, right? And you learned how to do stuff. You learned how to be cooperative in the community, but over the years, it's just disappeared. Folks just don't do. Some folks still do, but mostly in general, folks don't do that no more. For whatever reason, the generation that we raised don't do what we used to do when we were growing up with them. Their kids would come over and the families would come over. We'd have a big cookout. So I'd call you on the phone and say, "Look, hey, what you doing? Nothing. You gonna be at the house? Yeah. You want to cook something out? Sure. All right. What you got? Well, I got some chicken. Well, okay, we'll bring tater salad. What else we need? Well, bring some ice and drinks or whatever. Okay." And people to show up. We'd play music, we'd play horseshoes, and folks just don't do that anymore. And it's like, I got a place. I got a place where we play frisbee. I got horseshoes. I got the thing. When people used to come out and we'd play horseshoes. How much does that cost? Nothing. Folks just don't do it anymore. Well, it's too hot. It's too this. Make up an excuse. Well, you live too far in the country. I'm 15 minutes from town. 15 minutes. I went to town and spent 15 minutes at 3 traffic lights. Don't give me no shit. But anyway, but it's what's in people's hearts. Is it 420? It's 422. We missed it. I've been sitting on this bowl waiting. Yeah, charred beets and carrots. But anyway, but to the point though, folks nowadays they say, well, I'll just do a garden. Well, you can't take care of a 5-gallon bucket, let alone do a garden. Where I have worked in the fields on big places with big gardens with 10 acres, 5 acres of garden, okay, with big rows, long rows of peas and beans and stuff. And when pole beans are in, you got to be out there, snap beans and, and zipper peas. Oh my God. But you got to get out there and work when it comes time. When they're in, they're in. I noticed, for example, that the grapes that are growing right over here are about ready. It's too early, but here's the thing: I need to get out there and get them, whatever I need to get ready to get them grapes before they start falling on the ground, and then I lose half of them, right? So I'm going to have to put that on my list of things to do, like to, soon, because they're ready. Was not expecting that, but I was expecting to do it when it came time, if that makes any sense. So it's time. But when it's time, it's time. You don't go over here and well, we were going to go to the store. We were going to do, nah, we got to take care of this right now. You know, well, the tough and out in the field, go out, whatever it is you got to do. Because if you don't get them, then a storm comes the next day and you lose half of the peas because of the some. No, when they're ready, you got to go. And folks these days just don't look at it the same way about a lot of stuff. But in my old age, I've learned that one decent meal a day is good. Now I snack on a couple of little fig bars. There's sometimes I got some of these cheese it crackers. I'll have a couple of mouthfuls of them. There's sometimes I'll just go in the refrigerator and get me some cheese out and have some cheese and crackers. Me and Duggar, he loves the cheese and crackers, right? So we'll have some cheese and crackers, something simple, but it's just enough to keep something in my stomach. Because if I don't keep a little something, might get that sour stomach kind of thingy. So, and the low blood sugar and all that. But to the point though, I when I was up in Ohio and on the trip, I ate big meals, and I was. It took me a week to get out of that syndrome, and to where for 2 or 3 days I had very little to eat because I had ate too much while I was gone, and then got sick too. But anyway, to that point, I have not been sick like that in years. Now, was it the food? Was it where I was? Did I pick up something? Doesn't matter. I'm not sick anymore. And having lived down here, even which is would be to some folks' standards unsanitary, I've not been sick with anything that I've cooked or eaten or anything like that. Haven't had the flu. Haven't so my climate, even though I'm just barely above camping outside, I've been okay. You know, so, but at the same point, I have allowed some things to just go on way too long, and I need to take care of them. And so, so I'm saying this to y'all, but it is a continued pledge to myself. I ain't dead yet. So that's one from my brother Dennis in Ohio. I ain't dead yet. Uh, if I want to accomplish these things that I've dreamed about, then I have to act upon them. So, as Butterfly tonight, what stage are you in? So this is sort of my venting. Where am I at in certain things? Well, I'm actually moving about. So, I'm not quite sure, but I'm not in the planning stage anymore. I'm not at the seed stage. I'm actually moving on things. And where I was trying to have, I couldn't keep focus because of some of these energies. Now I have set certain goals and go, not sure how I'm going to get there, but this needs to get done. Okay. And whether it's today or tomorrow, but then I do it versus thinking about doing it, which is a get up off your ass motivational thing. It's a personal decision, right? So have we made the decision? Well, I'm going to do this. Okay. Did you work on it? Well, no, but I'm going to get to it tomorrow. Okay. Procrastination. Well, old age procrastination. Yeah, I got my, I get a little over $1,000 a month. Not a lot of money, but I manage because I don't have any rent. My light bill was $35 last month, and I have everything that I need, but I don't run, air conditioner. I have fans, and, the house was designed to, maintain and, but anyway. So, but this idea that if we make the right choices, like for me to build a solar house and for me to have the upstairs and the way, apartment in the city. Yeah. So, but the thing is that I made my decision 40 years ago, and there are some people who are still haven't gotten to that. Well, I don't know what I do, and well, blah blah blah. Well, maybe you just need to take a leap of faith and say, okay, look, what do I really need? Well, I know, but I use it. Yeah, but what do you really need? Because if, and they still planning on having something big happen, but I still maintain very simply, and it's a very real thing, and we should really pay attention, is that the Carrington event, if we get a solar strike or a cosmic strike, and the lights go out, it's going to be a big deal. It really is. And so I just say, should we be scared about it? No, but should we be scared about it? The answer is no. Should we be prepared for it? And I would say abso-freaking-lutely 110%, because the chances are much higher now than they've been in the past. We're more vulnerable because of all the electrical things and because of past events that have already occurred here that we know about in the last 200 years. So we should really pay attention because things are more sensitive now. So people who are ignoring it and not paying any attention to it and just, well, okay, so get you at least one decent solar panel, get it one decent battery, have something you can fall back on. Get a gas stove, for God's sakes. Get a gas camping stove, something that isn't, wired to electricity, just in case. Because when we lost electricity for 4 days when Hurricane Michael came through, in some of these towns, it took them, 2 weeks to get electricity back up because there was so much damage that people learned, oh my God, but now do people did anybody move to, solar or anything like that? No, but folks around here know how to get by with stuff like that. See, so it's like, it was tough, it was hard, but, folks went into camping mode, and, but not everybody was able to do that. And the rich folk, they just moved out until it was fixed. Or they had, heavy duty, $1,000 packages on the back of their house. But to the point though, for most folks though, we just had to make do. And I was good. The only thing that bothered me was the heat, and I'm so used to having fans, and that hurt me. So I've been working on 6 and 12 volt fans in case that happens again. And I've got more batteries and more solar power together. So, if it should happen again, I'm better prepared. So cost me a couple $100, but over the long run, spread it out over a couple of months. So there are things you can do to prepare for the simplest of things. It's whether or not you pay attention to it. So we need to pay attention to the sun, not so much what it's doing to us, but honest to God, what's going to do to the grid, because it's just a matter of time before it happens. With all the fluctuations, with the planet wobbling and everything, we're at a really high risk time right now. And no matter city, not city, doesn't matter. Are you prepared for that event, which can cause a bunch of other stuff to happen? Well, I'm just saying, you know, I hope it doesn't happen, honest to God. But if and when it does, yeah, the big event, I still say there's a big event. And here's the thing, with some of these nasty aliens that are trying to, honestly been trying to office for years, or to maintain us as slaves and continue that mess. But the idea that they could do something on the sun, to the sun, that could aim a Carrington event in our direction, that they could actually cause it. Okay. And we've seen too many things coming in and out of the sun over the years, right? Way too many photographs of that stuff. I've been watching it for the last 8 or 9 years, stuff coming out of the sun. And people like say, well, that's a this or that's a that. Oh, bullshit. Those are aliens. Come on, pay attention. But that's just, but no, it's right there in front of you. Look at it for yourself. It's a big giant sphere and it just popped itself out of the sun. Yes. Okay. So what if one pops out in the right direction that spurts one of these events towards the earth? We've seen too many things up and around the sun with all these photographs and stuff, that what if the bad guys, all they had to do to like teach Mother Earth a lesson and anybody here was to create an event that, was, quote, an attack on the earth, but it was a solar flare. Why not? Why not? You know, so whatever these folks are planning to do, so if they don't get their way, they don't have to drop a bomb on us. You know what I mean? All they have to do is create the right flare and send it in our direction. And we will take care of each other as part of the rest of the thing. They'll watch from outer space and watch us, crawl around and eat each other kind of thing. And they'll be laughing and going, wow, that worked out better than trying to give them a vaccine, Because why are they making us take these things? Why are they going door to door? Why are they paying people? What is the incentive that they must inject us? We've got to. We have to continue to say, sorry guys, but that's just fishy. No, there's been a lot of other flu infections, but y'all ain't never done this before. Sorry. So, but anyway, but in this grand scheme of things, there are folks that are flying around outside this planet and in our solar system, that could mess our days up if they wanted to. But I'm not going to live in fear. Okay. I'm just not. I'm going to do the best I can with what I got, with the people that I know. I'm going to continue to offer, hey, I got property. You want to plant a garden? You don't have a place? Come help me. I've got a tiller. I've got some equipment. I've got the property. I've got the this. I just need help. You come help. We'll plant a garden. It'll be, no takers. Okay. So, but you can only offer so much. And if no one wants it, needs it, or makes up an excuse as to why it's too hard, never mind. Then you don't really want it. Well, but in the country and blah, blah, blah. And I had some friends of mine that would come out about once every 2 months. And I'd say, come on out on a Saturday or Sunday or something. Just call me and let me know you're coming. So I won't be naked or something. I'll be expecting you. And we'll go work in the garden. I'll show you how to cut firewood. I mean, these folks, were going to help me split wood. And it busted the handle on one of my malls, and then, almost did it to another one trying to help me, right? And I took the one I was using and I showed him, I said, watch me split this wood. And I split it with one hand, popped it in two, and they were like, whoa, how you gonna? So he went back over there, going boom, bang, bang, boom, and I went, stand aside, pow, watch what I'm doing, bang, bang, bomb, bomb, bing, bang, 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 trying to split this log. Anyway, so, their hearts were in it up to a point, but they wouldn't listen to an old man for shit. Where when I was their age, I wanted to live the way I do. So I listened to the old timers. I sought out the old timers back in the 70s before they all passed away. And they taught me about how to split firewood. They taught me how not to beat yourself to death. They taught me how to do these things and stuff, that a lot of other folks just don't know about. Well, what if your electric log splitter goes out? Do you know how to split this? Well, but I'll get but you. What if your hydraulic thing goes out? Well, what if you don't have gas to run it? Well, do you know how to? Well, okay. Well, I know how to do it with one hand and a 5 pound maul. What's your answer? Well, if I'll, okay. Thanks, Cherry. You're out of here. The fiber freak. Don't have your number. All I like to know that not live in fear. Yeah, we can't live in fear. That's the one thing. So, in talking about armadillo earlier, 2 or 3 hours ago now, but armadillo, have our shielding and know where our strengths are and focus on that and stay out of the fear and build our confidence, not so much for other people, but for ourselves. We know if we get into a situation, you don't know exactly how, but you've got enough confidence within yourself. It's like for me, I'm not scared of hardly anything because I've been in so many different kinds of situations. I'll figure something out. I don't know how, because I don't know what the situation is, but I've accumulated enough knowledge and things and stuff. And, I've been in enough situations of my own to make it 3 days on the river with very little to drink or eat, right? Like nothing to eat. And so, but still make it and, still alive to tell the story kind of thing. So, but the idea though that, you figure it out, whatever it is, you figure it out. You don't give up, you figure it out. It might be hard, it might be tough, but you figure it out, right? Yeah, and it's not about how fast you could do it, but and like for me, I know talk too much about the house and stuff, but that's sort of like that's my own therapy. But in going through these things, I realized, oh my God, I've just overlooked that. Well, I have been mowing the lawn and I have been making trails and I have been doing these other things, but no, but that corner over there, I was putting in a window and something happened and I just didn't finish it. And it's like, it needs to be finished. I need to finish that wall over there and I got all the stuff to do it. It's not that I just quit. I got it started. The window's in there a little crooked, but it's all temporary. And I'm thinking to myself, but that's just not right. I would have finished that. And it's been 3 or 4 years. Wait a minute. That's what? So what's my excuse? Well, I'll get to it next time. I'll do, it's always in the future. But now, whatever it is in my brain and whatever is going on now, I'm like, no, we're taking care of this stuff. I've had enough. Whatever that I've had enough is. Now, I pray for the people like my dear friends that I've visited recently who have let themselves go, who have let their house go, who have let just things gone beyond. Oh my God, I just don't know how they live there. Um, that, thank God I have, for whatever reason, I've said, nope, got to change this for myself, for somebody else, or whatever, got to change it. If I want this to happen, I must I must believe in myself that 30 minutes a day is all it takes. 30 minutes a day, we get this done. 30. So, for whatever it is you're working on, for the cards that we pulled about butterfly, find out where you are in your stage. It doesn't matter where you are, but find out where are you at the beginning stage of, or are you at the idea where you're developing your idea, you're making it happen. And then you get to the cocoon stage where, you're in the shop all night and you finish it up. And then the fourth stage is here's my wings and I'm out to fly and I'm in birth. So it's what stage are we at? So in looking at the cards tonight, listening for myself, it's like I realized before I did the reading tonight that I had started it and it was a seed idea, but there was never any growth to it. And I realized tonight, before I did the cards and the butterfly showed up for somebody else, but I realized it for myself, there are certain things around me and around us that we just simply need to just look at it and go, so where am I? And so in that evaluation, simply, and it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't, but simply by finding out where am I on this project, you can figure out where to go next. Well, what would be the next step? Well, I got a couple options. Okay, but which is what? Oh, so but then go ahead and work out the option, and then go ahead and act upon it. So if you just say screw it, I give up. Well, that's another story. But if you're serious about wanting to, well, I really want to finish that project. So yeah, I continue to do a little bit at the time, but there are some days where I've just been whacked out, and I'm talking on about this. I think it's sort of my own self hypnosis kind of thing. If I talk about it out loud and I hear it, then I will believe it myself. But to the point though, I've actually acted on it, and I'm proud of what I've done. Not so much for y'all, but for me. I've actually kept my promise. I've actually threw out a great big bag of stuff. I actually have some more stuff I'm ready to put in the empty bag I brought back from the garbage. I mean, I'm really, I'm like really serious because I've done it. And it motivates me to like to continue. I want to stop and this has held me up. Why haven't I seen this before? Why did I let this get this bad? How did I let it get this bad? Why haven't I worked on this before? How come my focus has been so? I've looked at over there in the corner about that window and I thought, and before I know it, time has passed and I haven't made any decisions about the window. I worried trying to figure out how come I gave up or where did I go wrong or whatever. Well, was it my brain? Is it the universe? I need batteries and I should be back. Barry, hopefully I'm going to be out of here because it's like 4 something in the morning. Yeah, 4:45 in the morning. And I've been here longer than I thought. Uh, but and don't get me wrong, I will still contemplate where did I give up? But now I've been working on the outside on the porch. I've been working in the yard, so it's not like I haven't been doing anything. But how come I gave up on that window? When I've got all this stuff to fix it and put it in right, where did I how come I gave up on the window? It's a really good question. How come I gave up on that corner over there? Well, I thought this was more important. Yeah, but you could have fixed this corner. You know, I still could have fixed this corner. I got all this stuff. I mean, you still could have fixed this corner, Dave. Okay, but I don't know. Why didn't I? I don't know. Well, this has been okay. So, but to the point though, I just it for some reason you put it out of your mind, and it's no longer there, and you accept it as normal. And but by being on vacation and coming back, it ain't normal no more. I'm like, nah, I should have fixed that window 3 years ago, or maybe it's been 4. I don't even want to think how long it's been like that. But to the point, act upon it. So, but to my point though, it goes back to the focus thing that I was talking about 3.5, 4 hours ago. And that whatever happened the other day, the frequency and all, a lot of us lost our focus. And in that lesson, it's like, okay, so for my own mantra, for my own self here, that I'm going to try. You go back and listen. Is it on this tape? It's on this one. Yeah, 5 hours ago. I've been here 5.5 hours now, Jerry. Um, I lost my train of thought. Well, thank you, Mel. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Um, there are a lot of many important things, but for me and my scrambled brain, I kept making up excuses. Well, how come? So, but now this is, I lost my train of thought, but caught it back. Woo woo. So, but now when I don't feel like I'm focused and my brain's just running around, so my new post hypnotic suggestion for myself is, wow, my brain's running around. I can't focus. Let's just focus on the word focus. Let's just let our brains go crazy, but focus. We're not focused on anything but the word focus, which helped me to focus. Um, but anyway, I know, Barry, it's okay. Hey, SD. Yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here because I've been here 5.5 hours. So I love you, SD. I would love to hang out a little longer, but um, you know, I have been working and cleaning and doing stuff. And if I stay up, much later here, it takes a lot of energy out of me, especially after, doing cards earlier this evening. But I've lost my connection more or less to my spirit guys. They're always there, but there are times when they're like sitting up there, having a smoke and drinking coffee with me. Um, but regardless of whether or not we're together, we are physically together. We are always together in spirit. We are the soul tribe. We are members of the like-minded beings, the League of Like-Minded Beings. Um, And I really honestly do feel that that's important. We don't lose that thought, we keep it. Well, I don't know, things are getting out of hand. Yeah, but then say, but I'm a member of the League of Like Minded Beings. I know my brain's going crazy and stuff, but I'm a member of the League of Like Minded Beings. Well, why is that important? Is because if you just use that little premise and stop for a second and go, well, wait a minute, but I am a member of the League of Like Minded Beings. So there are other like minded beings out there. Maybe they're feeling creepy, freaky too. Maybe I should just sit down here in my chair, maybe get some coffee or fill a bowl or something, and just listen to the rest of the league. And you go, Hawkeye, what the are you talking about? You just sit down quietly. The rest of us are part of the league, right? Or the soul tribe, however you want to look at it. We're part of the quantum. So you just sit quietly and allow yourself to hear members of the league. And it might be somebody you don't even know and ain't even part of this channel or part of the chat. It might be a league member from someplace else, but you can hear them. You can have the conversation. Okay. So it's like, well, wait a minute. But if you believe it and you believe it, then you have this opportunity to get in touch with the quantum yourself. You know, you do this so that you say, well, wait a minute. So the answers are in the universe. Yeah. The cards that we read tonight, many times you go into the void, the answers are in there, but you got to stop and listen. You got to allow them to come to you. You can't force the magic, if you will. You can't force it to come to you. You have to allow it to come to you. And you learn how to accept and receive, as I always, end my shows with the prayer. I really mean it. But this idea, though, so if you're lost and confused, you're out of focus, you don't know what to do, remind yourself, make yourself a god dog badge out of, cardboard or something and some hot melt glue and, put yourself member, league, like-minded beings. Um, It's LOLMB, League of Like-Minded Beings. LOL, which is funny, and then MB, minded beings. So, you could make yourself a badge. So if you forget that how you're connected to the universe, I should come up with a comic strip, right? The League of Like-Minded Beings. They've got the League of, Extreme Gentlemen, the League of something else, but the League of Like-Minded Beings, LOLMB. There you go. But so when you feel alone, you're sitting here, we're having this chat right now, so it exists. Okay. So do you have to believe me? Believe yourself. Okay. So our conversations and how we feel as a group and how the League of Like-Minded Beings, from my own experience in the universe, but to the point for every one of you who get it, who understand it, who say, well, this is, this particular problem or whatever it is, this is a question for the League. So imagine yourself, whether you smoke or not, in one of those stuffy English shows where they're sitting around and they're having tea and crumpets and smoking their pipes and discussing certain things. It is like, oh, geez, please, bring me another bottle, will you? And bring some of that Chianti for my friend over there, please. We're discussing the universe and quantum theory through the League of Like-Minded Beings. So it's like, so these folks are sitting around it, and it's not that they're stuffy, but you know what I mean. They're sitting around comfortably, having a chat, right? Reading the newspaper or whatever, the journals or whatever, and having discussions, but understanding too that they're all a part of it. You know what I mean? So it's that understanding, it's that knowledge of, it is that awareness of the shaman power that is part of this whole deal, is that you understand that you are a part of it. You understand that you can connect to it. You understand that it's available. You really get it. Now, it's still tricky learning how to do certain things, but when you make certain connections with your higher self, and some answers will come sometimes before you ask the question. And that gets freaky. Well, you start to have the thought and the answer comes in. Like, well, if you were going to ask this, and I go, but I was just fixing to ask you. And they go, yeah, but here's the answer. I mean, they will literally throw the answer before you can finish the question. That's quick. And most of the time, 99% of the time, they're right on the money or really close. Because sometimes it's subject to my interpretation. But when you connect with your higher self and you practice it and learn it and know everywhere you go, whether you're asleep or not, you're still a part of the League. We're all like-minded beings. When we die and pass away, here's something that came to me today, oddly. I'm looking at my picture of my pops over here, my uncle that adopted me, right? Uncle Arnie, Pops Arnie. And that when he woke up and I went down to see him that Sunday before he passed away, and he kept saying, David, unplug me. Well, Pops, you're awake. And he said, David, unplug me. And I keep thinking about that. And I was like, now, he told me, he didn't want to be here for whatever, but him looking at me for whatever reason, I was thinking about it, not in the death sense, but in that he didn't want to be here. He wanted to go back. So in a way, in hearing him, and I can't get the picture out of my head of him in the bed and me talking to him and standing and having the chat, and him looking at me and that kind of thing, and nobody else in the room hearing me. It was like, but it wasn't like he was, but it was David, unplug me. So I'm thinking about this, and why am I thinking about this? And why would he want me to unplug him? Why wouldn't he want to live? Well, because he'd been to the other side and he wanted to go back. He didn't want to come back to this 3D world for whatever the reason, the pain and the suffering and the heart attacks and all the stuff that he was going to have to go through and the procedures and the 3 months in a coma and all that kind of stuff. And he wakes up and says, unplug me. Now, okay, unplug me. I'll do my wishes and all that. But yesterday, sort of, and today especially, I'm trying my best not to dwell on this, you know what I'm saying? But there was something, and it was like, okay, so I am getting older. So it's getting closer than further apart for me in death, right? But I'm not really scared. But I thought to myself, those words that he spoke to me are more than just unplug me. Why? He doesn't want to be here. Why? He's in pain. Why? He wants to die. Well, wait a minute. David unplugged me to me because he was having trouble talking because of all the stuff. Um, meant that it was better on the other side. If he wanted to stay alive, he'd say, keep me alive. Keep me here. Instead, he said, unplug me. I want to go back to wherever it was he was. And so if it's unplug me from here so I can go back, it must not be all that bad. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I knew my pops and so forth, and that look, and I thought about it today, and it was like, now I've tried several times in my lifetime to commit suicide, drugs, hanging, running off the road and trying to kill myself. I mean, quite a few things. Got kind of close a few times. I still don't know how I made it out, but to the point, I'm here. So I don't want to do that again. And I'm not afraid of dying, but I do want to live as best as I can for as long as I can. Because it's like, uh, my new attitude, my new every day is a new little turn and a twist in the spiritual road. And you go, wow, I saw that before, but I didn't really get it. And for whatever reason today, the thing that happened in 1999 with my pops, so 20 years ago, I'm still getting messages from that. David, unplug me. 3 words, David, unplug me. Um, well, Pops, you're getting better. You don't, David, unplug me. Okay, because he repeated it several times. So, but in this understanding, my own spiritual journey and my understanding about life and death and so forth, and things that are facing me closer than before, but it must be okay. So, regardless of what I do between now and whenever then shows up, I'm just going to do the best I can. I'm going to have some fun. Yeah, I got some hard work to do. Yeah, but I want to do it. I want to clean up my house. I do want to finish that window over there. But I'm not going to sit around and worry about why didn't I do it. I'm just going to do it. Where I have sat for the last 3 or 4 years. Well, I really ought to get to that window. Wonder how. Nah, let's do it. You know, do it, do it, do it. Well, you can't roller skate in the buffalo herd. You can't roller skate in the buffalo herd. No, you can't roller skate in the buffalo herd. But you can be happy if you mind to. All you got to do is knuckle down to it. Knuckle down and buckle down. Do it, do it, do it. Well, you can't change film with the kid on your back. Well, you can't change film with the kid on your back. Well, you can't change film with the kid on your back. But you can be happy if you are mine too. All you got to do is knuckle down to it. Knuckle down, buckle down. Do it, do it, do it. Well, you can't roller skate in the buffalo herd. You can't roller skate in the buffalo herd. Yes, I'm Spanish on my father's side. My mother is French Canadian. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, I bet you that's a funky. You got that. That sounds like a funky accent right there. You know what I mean, Mel? Not making fun, but Um, Nickel, who sang the song? Roger Miller. Yeah, he was one of my favorite folk singers back in the day. And I'm still working on getting my guitars over here. I'm going to do a hootenanny one of these days soon. I promised you I would do cards. Okay, I'm fulfilled my card reading for tonight, and almost 6 hours here on live stream. So, but I love you all. I do. You know, I got to go to the toy to eat. I'm out to drink again. I also, because it's early morning, this is the best time. It's what, 5 oh something. Perseid meteor shower would be a good time to go out and look up at the sky because it's rising in the east. So for those of you who are awake and could walk outside for a few minutes, that's what I'm going to do. I want to go see if it's clear enough to watch the sky. So Mel, St. Barry, it's good. Happy late birthday. Hope the reading was, there was a lot of stuff in that reading, let me tell you. And not only for you, but for the rest of it. But wow, I might have to go back and listen over it again for myself. Yeah, you're welcome. I honestly, I wish I could do more. And thank you for hanging out and being here. And even though you fell asleep, it's okay. We love you, brother. Don't feel embarrassed or anything like that. You know, I almost fell asleep at one point. But anyway, so I love you all. And after almost 6 hours, and it's almost 5:20 here. I'll have a smoke with you before I go. But peace, love, and happiness. And remember that we've got so many opportunities. It's like, I know I keep talking about it, but, there are days when I just don't freaking want to do a damn thing. Don't care, don't whatever. But then 4 hours later, 6 hours later, I go, that feeling went away. But in the past, I would have allowed that one feeling where I don't give a damn. Well, I'm not, to take over the rest of my life. And now I go, whoa, that was yesterday was interesting. I said I didn't give a damn about nothing. I'd give up. And I said, but why the hell? And today I'm going, no, I'm sorry. That was yesterday. This is today. So how you feel yesterday ain't today. And how you feel now ain't tomorrow. So, and tomorrow never comes. So we work and act on the present. We never give up. We continue to believe, to believe, to believe, to believe. Make sure you get it. Make sure you have your armor on like armadillo and you're protected from things. And the you know, to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. So it's like, sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but names will never harm me. So if things and stuff is, you need to let that go. And, make sure you got your armor, your protection, your aura. Keep your aura good. So, and always remember, I know I'm going back over this stuff, but it's sort of like they want me to run back down this outline of things we discussed. And in that remember, we are soul tribe members. We are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We are connected to the universe through the quantum. However you want to look at it, we are not alone. And it isn't just you and I who have these communications. We are not alone. There's so many entities in the universe that will give us good advice, especially when we ask, we seek, we honor the universe. We honor what we know, and we give honor to those who would help us to know more. So, and when you see a nasty spirit or they try to screw with you, do your best not to piss them off. That's the best I can do. I know they're different entities, we're spiritual and alien, and I know. But if you piss them off, then you're going that just ups the ante. They may not like you to begin with, but if you piss them off, expect something. That's all I got to say. It might be the best advice, but if you know they're there, don't piss them off. Period. Don't go shooting them birds. Don't go, don't piss them off. Don't taunt them. Don't do it. Just keep an eye on them. Keep your distance and, and stay safe, you know. But I've learned that lesson myself. And it's a hard lesson sometimes to learn because you want to feel power and powerful. And I've learned all these things. But what I've learned is to keep my big mouth shut and to just know what I know and keep my armor. And somebody go, well, there goes an armadillo. Oh, I know I can't chew his back. He's too hard. He's going to roll up in a ball. I'll never get it. I ain't even going to waste my time. That's why there's so god dog many of them. But anyway, so there's my 520 bowl early. Peace and love. We made it through Friday the 13th. I think it was a luckier day than not. There may be some folks, I'm sure there were, that suffered some kind of damage or something yesterday, but you know, um, continue to put positive thoughts out there. Yeah, but the world and they want to do this and that. Yeah, okay. So I can't do anything about them and their attitude, but I will continue to send positive energy into the universe. Well, what good does that do? Well, because if you understand and believe that you're a part of the quantum and you're part of the league and you're part of the soul tribe and you're part of the collective, then we are having an effect. If you read between the lines, there's a lot of people that are awake in ways they weren't 6 months or a year ago. And there are folks who are paying attention. There are folks who are, in their own way, or like I was talked about my niece and relatives and so forth. They might not be watching the news and paying attention to the things we do, but their convictions are the same as ours for a different reason, but it's still their convictions. You're not going to make me do anything to my child or to me. Screw you. And that's just how they feel. So, don't mess with these Southern girls. They'll mess you up, especially mess with my child kind of thing. So, we need to take that into consideration. And wherever we meet, wherever we group together, we should find those common denominators and say, oh, so you're against it too. Well, yeah, for whatever reason you're against it, we're together on this. We might disagree on everything else, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That whoever said that thingy. But to the point though, it's like you don't like them, me neither. Okay, so that's why some of these bad guys are working together. They don't collectively, they don't like us, but they don't much like each other either. But they like us even less. So no honor. But to this point, so if we never forget that, if we continue to remember it, no matter how hard it gets, no matter what we got to go through, don't forget, you know, regardless of what happens, regardless if we die or don't die or have to suffer or whatever, if we believe there's a better place, but like my pops told, he couldn't have a lot of conversation, but because of his throat and everything after 3 months in a coma. But for him to say, David, unplug me, I just got a whole different understanding of what that means. Now, maybe Pops is in the house, you know what I mean? Maybe Pops is here and visiting. There's been a lot of strange activity recently, not necessarily bad, just strange. So maybe Pops is running around. Maybe, for whatever reason, he's a messenger right now for something that I need to understand that, my fixation of, I wonder what it's like on the other side. I wonder, yeah, how long am I going? I can't go there. And my brain wants to go there. And I realized I was creating my own loop that I've talked about people not doing. And that is that, well, I'm almost 70 years old. Well, I got to stop that. because I was starting to convince myself, some bitch, I'm going to be 70 years old. I got one more year. I'm 69 already. One more month, I'm going to be 69, almost 70. I mean, yeah, okay. But I started to literally, stress myself out over that. Buenas noches, ST. Buenas noches. Buenos dias. It's almost daylight here. What time is it? It's almost, I've got 5 hours. How many? 8 more minutes. All right. For 8 more minutes. All right. Until it's 5:20. Okay. Then I'm going to go out and look at the stars. But anyway, so there's so many ways we could look at this, but let's just do the best we can, regardless of who's coming at us or what's going to, like I said a couple of years ago, I walked outside to get firewood. This big tree limb just snapped and fell out of the tree and knocked me cold on the ground. You literally don't know when stuff's going to happen. Now, was it an evil spirit that broke the limb? Was it my timing? Don't don't know, don't care really, because what matters is the event. The event happened, and I need to get beyond the event. How, why, what, and why me? I've asked those questions a million times. It doesn't get me anywhere. I spin my tires. The fact is, it happened, period. That's it. And it knocked me out. Yes. And it gave me another head concussion. Yes, that's all true. I went through a whole, personality change. And I went through a and it was difficult. But to the point though, regardless of how old or young I am, I'm still here. I ran down the driveway some today. But went and did these other things. I dropped off rocks in the driveway. So instead of going, well, I don't know, I'm still doing stuff. And I realized that I wasn't paying attention to my age. I was walking across the yard. I was going and doing this. I was acting normal, like I was 50. Okay. So in my head, yeah, okay, I'm almost 70, but no, I'm turning 50. I realize now why Jack Benny did what he did. Well, I'm only 39. That was the joke. Yeah, but I'm only 39. And he would look at the audience with that Jack Benny look. I'm only 39. So instead of saying, well, 69, I'm almost 70. Well, maybe I should say, a friend of mine said years ago, I'm 35 and holding. Okay, what are you holding? Another 10 years because I'm actually 45. So that was the joke. I'm 35 and holding. All right. So, but to that point, so you knew how old she was, but I'm 35 and holding. Okay. So how old are you, Jan? 35 and holding. Yay. And so it got to be a big joke and a lot of fun, but versus how old are you really? Well, I'm 50. Well, you're 35 and holding. Well, I'm actually 60. I'm 35 and holding. So Jack Benny, all those years, I'm 39. He wouldn't turn 40. So when he was 70, he was still 39. You know what I mean? So the joke continues. But I actually, I get it. I get where he's coming from. Now, the older you get, well, I'm 35, I'm 39. Well, and do his tie and, so I'm 39. So, but anyway, in my looking at this, for whatever the reason, I'm like, I'm kind of looking at it like, oh my God, I'm almost 70. Okay. How about I'm 35 and holding, or 65 and holding, or whatever, I could stay 69 and holding. Like this is my cutoff. No matter how much older I get from here, I'll take this year, my 69th birthday, and say, okay, 69. It always was fun when I was married for 69, and even when I wasn't married. But to the point though, it's like so. Maybe I'll just stay 69 forever. Okay, that works for me. You know what I mean? If there's going to be a joke in this, okay, you know, I'm going to be 69 from here on out. There it is. For whether it's a joke or not, whether I turn 80, don't care. From here on out, I'm 69 and holding. That's it. So I'm not going to worry about the 70 or what comes after that. I'm 69 and holding. You know, holding what? Don't know. Probably myself, but to that inside joke. All right, it's 5:18. We got 2 more minutes, and dang if I ain't got to scrape this bowl to go to hit out of it. But I really want to go outside and take a look at the sky. So I love you all. And I would hang out with you some more, but honest to goodness, I want to go outside and look at the sky before it gets too light and see if there's any asteroids coming in. It's been so cloudy. Normally I would be outside by now, but I had to come and visit with y'all. And here's a 6-hour tour. 6-hour tour. Okay, fire them up if you got them. Smoke if you got them, my friends. Now, SG, Barry, whoever else is in the chat and sleeping with their phone on. I hope you have a great Saturday. I do. We've made it through another Friday the 13th. I used to be very superstitious about certain things about that. And over the years, it's like, so my choice today, yeah, albeit a little late, I was still being really shaky this time yesterday and was almost going to wake up at this time of the day and go, okay, everybody, let's have a chat. But I was too flaky. But anyway, we could, instead of looking at everything as so dour and death, and yeah, it's there. Don't get me wrong. I see it, but I choose not to focus on it. And yeah, well, then you really don't care. Yes, I do. I say prayers all the time for those that are hurt and hungry and so forth. There are days that I won't eat very much because there's somebody else. I want to be able to feel hunger, right? Because there's somebody out there suffering. So how can I understand the world if I don't, unless I go hungry once in a while? So I won't eat as much because why? Somebody else somewhere out there ain't had as much to eat as I've had, and I ain't had much, right? Half a can of baked beans, okay, and a piece of cheese, okay. There are some folks that ain't had that in 2 days, so but I make that my meal. I make that, I make myself make do with that. But here's the thing: I'm not suffering for it. I don't feel bad for it. I have my vitamins and other things, but there are days when that might be about all I eat or cheese sandwich, 2 pieces of cheese and two pieces of bread, some mustard and a little mayo, and that's it. And maybe I've had 2 of those. That's not a lot to eat, no, but it, and that might be my whole meal for the whole day. Now I might munch on a fig or a little bit of cracker or something, but that's basically my meal. So am I dead? No, I'm 170 pounds. Am I, okay, one could say, well, I should eat better. That's probably true. But sometimes that's all I really want. And I know what I can get by basically, and that I've gotten by before. So is it the correct diet and what I should be doing? Probably not. But at the moment, it's getting me by, and I feel better than I have in a lot of other ways. So is it right or wrong for me? I'm still here. I want to improve. I'm looking at other things. So, um, and sometimes I eat better than not. I want to get my I want to start doing stir fry again. I used to do a lot of stir fry and I haven't. And I have forgotten how. And so in my cleaning up in my kitchen, I've got a wok and I've got things and I'm like, I used to cook everything in a wok. Hey Ian, and when's the last time I cooked something in a wok? I don't know. Well, maybe, so I want to use the wok again because it goes on my gas stove real easy and it cooks really well and it's, all these things. And I used to cook a lot in it, really good meals. And I've forgotten. So, but in this, so I'm not throwing my wok out. I'm going to learn how to use it again, So there are certain things but there are certain things got to go because I ain't used them. Haven't used the wok in a while, but I ain't throwing it out because it's so efficient and how you can cook with it and all these other things. I need to learn how to use the wok again, not throw the wok out because I haven't used it. You know what I mean? Other things, this pot, nah, ain't cooked in it. I got one similar. No, don't need it. So, but in you're looking at things in your life, I know I'm talking about kitchenware and stuff, but it's the things that we learn that now I see the reason for I do need that for whatever reason. Doesn't matter why I haven't used it, but I realize now that I should use it. I've got vegetables in the freezer. I've got this thing. I have to remember how I used to cook. That's all. So I need to experiment. I need to get it out and clean it up and be prepared to use it. I got some shrimps in the freezer. I got some other stuff. I could make a little bit of a light tomato sauce with some shrimp and some stuff and a little this and that, some veggies, and have a wonderful meal, right? But for my brain, I used to have all these recipes that I could just whip them up. I'm going to have to think about it. But here's the thing, I'm not giving up, you know, I'm not giving up. That's the whole point. I believe, I don't, I can't remember my recipes now and the procedure, but it wasn't hard. So, but I've got to just say, okay, today's walk day. I'm going to cook something in the wok. Even if it's only, I'm going to boil some water and put some yellow rice in it. Doesn't matter. I'm going to cook in the wok today. So, baby steps, little things, but the idea is that it's such an efficient way to cook. And I really knew how to use it. I'm telling you, I'm bragging, but I had folks that used to come out, and they go, "Oh, you cook something in the wok?" Yeah, and we'd have rice or maybe some other stuff. Some people like the little crinkly noodle thingies, but no one complained about my cooking from the wok. I mean, folks would come out, on the weekends and stuff, or there are times when I'd go to theater parties or whatever, and I'd cook something on the wok. I'd just take the whole wok in, right? And then set it down and go, okay, here it is. We can heat it up. We can, whatever it is. But folks would go, man, Dave, I did a bunch of years ago. Pissed me off too. I roasted some turkeys. I mean, stayed up all night long and smoked these turkeys, and then took them to Christmas parties around Thanksgiving, stuff like that, to theater folks and other people I knew down in Thomasville and around. And they got a hold of some of that smoked turkey and they went nuts. So the next year when it came time, they were, well, boy, you smoke a turkey. This was before other folks did it. So I had three large turkeys, or maybe four, and different layers, and back there. And so I got it covered with tin and all, and I'm just keeping the fire going, just smoking it right, nice and slow. They're all covered in their own little aluminum pans and lids on them and everything, right? And somewhere about 5 o'clock in the morning, I fell asleep down there, you know, leaning up against the rocks on my spot down there. And I was feeding the fire, and just enough, and I toss a little in. Well, I was drinking back then, and I got a little drunk and snorty, and it was 5 in the morning, cold or not. But anyway, I heard this bang, bang stuff, and I woke up out of a drunken stupor at 5 in the morning, and the cats had knocked the lid off and had gotten into the fire pit on the top shelf and had gotten into the turkeys, plural. And so by the time I woke up out of my drunken stupor, half of two turkeys were gone. So and I never told anybody to this day that the cats ate. They said, "What happened?" I said I dropped the turkeys and I messed them up, but I didn't drop them, so they were like, But here's the rest of the turkeys. Everybody let it slide, but that wasn't the point. The cats got in, and oh, but that turkey was, you talk about slow smoked with oak chips and and stuff, and oak leaves too. You got to have that smell of the like burning leaves kind of thing. That's especially oak leaves. So, but anyway, yeah, I could have. I almost roasted the cats, but to the point, it was still good what was left. We made do with what happened, but you never know when shit's going to happen. So, anyway, and I should have started earlier, with the smoking part and several other things, but to the point, I didn't know those cats were going to knock out the tops of, take that top piece of tin off and get inside. But that's how good it smelled that they were able literally risk standing on the grill with their paws. That's how good it smelled. That's how bad they wanted some. So, and it was, that's how that goes. But anyway, so my dear friends, have a great Saturday. I'm going to go out and look and see if there's any comments going by. I love you all. I do. Thank you. Keep up the good work. I know y'all are trying. And I know sometimes it just gets crazy, right? But, if y'all are ever in the neighborhood, let's, cook something on the grill back there. We got plenty of oak wood in the woods. And I can get my hands on some pecan wood too. And we can pee on it too if we can. But inside joke, outside joke, who knows? But have a great Saturday and the rest of the weekend if I don't get back with you. I'm going to do a hoot nanny soon, and I'm saying this out loud because that means I'll do it. Uh, Especially since I announced it. I announced I was going to do cards. It took me a couple of weeks, but here we are. So next time we'll do cards again, but going to have a hoot nanny. I want to just set up it because it means I'm going to move stuff around. It means I'm going to get my guitar out. It means a lot of other stuff than me being on the air or doing, it means other stuff too. But by promising that, then it'll be fun for me and you maybe. So anyway, have a great day. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Every day I put my 2 feet on the ground and me and Duggar go out to check the kitty cats. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are available in the universe all the time. And in that law of three that really is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to learn how to reject those things that are not necessary, and continue to learn how to be your own honorable self, and to believe that, and to continue in your humble journey on this world. It does matter. Each one of us matters. Every one of our energies and positive thoughts go into that, collective pot of energy that's in the universe. And when we doubt ourselves, we doubt the universe. When we doubt whether or not we're having any, you know, positive effect, we put doubt into the universe. So let's just say, yes, we're doing it. Yes, we're going to continue. Whether or not anybody else believes us or not, it doesn't matter. It's us, you and me, that we believe, 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 believe. And that's what matters because there are other people who believe. So, you know, it's all in this circle. So until next time, my friends, be safe, be kind, be wise, and all that other good stuff. And it's been fun hanging out with you. Thank you, Barry. Sorry for the late birthday present with the reading and all, but Mel, I continue to send you good vibes, and I know what I, I don't know personally what you're up against, but I do know what you're up against. So, and I will continue to send you much love and energy and whatever's needed for you. Okay. And Ian, ciao and cheers to y'all out there. Keep up the good work. You know, we really do make a difference. And even if it's feeding a stray dog or whatever, let's keep up the good work, you know. And at times we just feel like it ain't worth a damn. Let that pass, but get back, get back up and stand up and go, listen, yeah, yesterday was a pile of shit. And yeah, it rained on my parade. And yeah, I had ants in the living room. And yeah, I had to go out and, the damn tree limb knocked the gutter off. And yeah, I got to go out and do, yeah, all that's true. But how I look at it, I'm like, well, damn, that limb knocked the gutter down. Some bitch, I'll have to get over and fix that versus curse and son of a how we look at it still happened, but how we accept it. And there are going to be things for all of us coming up in our own ways, and how we accept what's coming. And I think it was in the Raven card that showed up twice that whatever's coming, we it's going to be interesting in how we react. So stay safe, stay prepared as much as you possibly can, and don't worry about it. What's going to come is going to come. It's how we react to it that's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. And however it happens, good or bad, we still need to have our own self-protection and our families. So keep up the good work. I'll keep praying. Y'all keep doing what you're doing, and we'll get together soon, I promise. I want to do a hoot nanny for many different reasons. Basically, because Friday nights are the nights that my brother and them get it together up in Ohio. And I was thinking that, like, sort of doing like a Saturday night um, hoot nanny thing for the people that I used to get together with, and we used to play music on. Usually on Saturday nights we'd get together. So just for the hell of it, just because I used to do it, and just because I can't find anybody to play music with now, doesn't mean I can't play music and do it and have it. And while I'm there, put on the camera and let y'all participate if you want to sing along or however you want to do it. So, but anyway, I love you all. Be safe, okay? Have a great day. Until next time. Cheers. Ween. Thank you, Bob. The connection was fairly stable tonight. So until next time, y'all be safe and stay away from the fear thing. Okay. Love you. Bye. TTFN. Ta ta for now from Southwest Georgia. Colquitt County, Meigs, Georgia. Bye bye.